Hi everyone, I welcome you all to the live session on RPA tutorial by Intellipaat. This session is conducted by an expert having more than 15 plus years of industry experience. But before we begin the session, make sure to subscribe to our channel and also hit on the bell icon so that you will never miss an update from us. Now let's see the agenda of the day. Firstly, we will begin with Introduction to RPA and UiPath. Post that, we will be learning about the components of UiPath. After that, we'll be telling you the benefits of robots. Then later on, we'll be doing the RPA Tools comparison. After that, we'll be telling you how to become a RPA developer, what is the career, job and salary prospects of a RPA developer. In this session, we have also covered a hands-on demo to give you a better understanding of the subject. Then finally, we have covered RPA interview questions and answers as well. So guys, this is the agenda of the video. Now let's begin the session.
Let's start with what is RPA. First thing, what is RPA? So first thing we know what is RPA. The RPA is robot process automation. Here robot means it is a software robot. Okay, it is a software robot which behave like human. Okay, if you want to open any browser, your robot can open the browser. If you want to download any file, your robot can download any file. Now coming to what is process. What is process? So I'm talking about what is process in terms of I can say business process. So what is business process? So let me tell you. So this is sequence of steps. Okay, sequence of steps to achieve something. To achieve something. Okay, or we can say task which we are doing for our business. Okay, doing for business. Okay. So simple sequence of steps to achieve something or task which we are doing for our business. Okay, let me provide you one example. So there is a one example where what we are doing, we are downloading the report from the portal. We will extract the relevant information and we are sending to the business. So this is known as a process. So this is what? This is a process. Okay, let me provide you a high level approach. Okay, so this is high level means how we are doing the process. So first we will log into the portal. Log into portal. Okay, we have logged into the portal. Later what we will do, we will navigate to the download page. Okay, we are navigating to the download page. After that, what we are doing, we are downloading the report. Download report. Then what we are doing, we are filter some information or filter the data. Okay, we are filtering the data and the required data we are sending to business. So these are nothing but a business process which we are doing for our business, or we can say sequence of steps to achieve something. Here what we are achieving, we are sending the report to the business. Okay, or task which we are doing for business, this is the task which we are doing for our business. Okay, business wants some data, we are sending that. So this is known as process. So there is one more example is there. So what is happening in that process? So a user, a particular SAP user, they are forgetting their password. Okay, so if they forget their password, what they are doing, so they are creating one ticket to security team and saying that, hey, this system password I have forget. Okay, so what security team is doing, they are just validating, is this user is valid or not. If this user is valid, then we will reset the password, send that password to that particular user. Okay, if I note down all these steps, okay, let me note down all these steps. So first, what we are doing, we are what business user will do, they will create a ticket. Okay, they will create a ticket. Now the security team, okay, what security team will get all the relevant information, okay. Once getting the information, it will validate, okay, validate the user. Okay, if everything is fine, what they will do, they will reset the password. Once they reset the password, what they are going to do, send to user. So this is again, this is also one of the process. Okay, this is also one of the process. Okay, so these processes are rule based. Okay, why I'm saying rule based? Because let's assume in this process we are downloading the report, simple, we are filtering and we are sending to the business. So this is rule based. First we need to log in, second we need to download the report, third we need to filter the data, send to the business. So this is rule based. So is it fine, can we send the report before downloading? Is it possible? So it is not possible. It is not possible to send the report to the business before downloading or filter the data. So that is why we are following the steps. So this is known as rule-based task, which we are doing for our business. And this is also one of the process. Is it clear? Okay, now coming to automation. Okay, automation is nothing but getting the data from the application. So automation. Can I say automation include get value, set value? Okay, what do you mean by get value? Let's assume you want something from the portal. So we are downloading the report. Okay, so we are interacting with the application. Okay, coming to the application. So there are two categories of application. One is web application, which we are accessing from the browser, and window application. Okay, we are having two type of application. One is web, one is window. Okay, what is web application? Which we are accessing from the browser. So browser could be Internet Explorer, Google Chrome, Firefox. It could be anything. And what is window application? Which is installed in your machine. GoToMeeting, it is installed my machine. Whiteboard, it is installed in my machine. File Explorer, it is installed in my machine. Notepad, SQL, anything. Okay, so whatever application is installed, this is known as application. Okay, window application. So window application. So automation is nothing but we are interacting with the application. Why we are interacting with the application? To get the value, set the value. Okay, so this is known as automation. Okay, let's assume you are filling the form. So you are adding some value into the portal. So you are set some value. So interacting with the application is known as automation. Okay, interact. What we are doing, we are interacting. Okay, what we are doing, we are interacting with the application. So that is known as automation. Okay, so this is all about the RPA. Okay, now coming to like what is UiPath? Okay, so we have learned RPA. Now coming to UiPath. What is UiPath? What is UiPath? So we know RPA. Now coming to what is UiPath. So let me tell you what is UiPath. UiPath is a tool. It is a tool having n number of actions. Okay, let focus first on the what is action. Okay, so you are opening the browser. Okay, you are opening the browser. So open browser is one of the action. Okay, you are typing username. So what you are doing, you are typing the username. So this is also action. Typing the password, it is action. Okay, copy file from one folder to another. This is also one of the action. You are moving the file. This is also one of the action. To download the file, so this is download file. It's contain multiple action. Let me tell you. So download the file. First you need to click download button. Then you need to wait for download. wait for download. Sometimes it is downloading in 1 minute, sometimes it is downloading in 5 minutes. So it is having I can say two action: wait for download and click download button. Okay, so this is button. So this is also one of the action. So this action, who will take care? This action UiPath will take care. UiPath will take care. Okay, UiPath will take care. Then you will ask, sir, then what is my role and responsibility? Okay, your role and responsibility is to manage the flow. Okay, manage the flow. What is your role and responsibility? To manage the flow. Okay, let me come to the process again. So this is your process. Okay, so in this process, can I say it is containing two things? One is flow, one is action. Okay, what is flow? Login to the portal is a flow, navigate to download page is a flow. Because see, without login you cannot navigate to the download page. Okay, so this is flow from top to bottom. This is flow from top to bottom. Okay, so this is the flow. So what in the process contain two things. One is flow, one is action. Okay, so this is your flow, this is your action. A process contains flow and action. So action UiPath will take care. UiPath is saying I will take care. No need to worry about the action. I will take care. So then what is your role and responsibility is manage the flow. So manage the flow, nothing but I'm not sure like what is the spelling for train the robot. Train the robot. Okay, so what is your role and responsibility? To train the robot. Okay, fine. So now as I told you, what is UiPath? UiPath is a tool having n number of action contain: open the browser, type the username, password, copy file, move file, download file, take data from the like SQL server, then log into the SAP application. These are nothing but your action. UiPath will take care. Okay, UiPath will take care. Our responsibility to manage the flow only. Okay, to manage the flow. Now let me tell you what are the important component of the UiPath. So in UiPath, three very important components we are having. Okay, so first is UiPath Studio. Okay, so this is UiPath Studio, UiPath Robot. So the tool, important component of UiPath. Okay, so this is orchestrator. Okay. Okay, so this is your three important component of UiPath. Okay, first is UiPath Studio. Here we are going to write our script. Okay, we are going to write our script. Robot is going to execute that code. Okay, and UiPath Orchestrator is nothing but it is the office of the robot. Okay, it is office of the robot which is going to monitor your robot, which robot is available, which robot is in the busy state. Again, for monitoring purpose, we are having orchestrator, UiPath Orchestrator. Okay, so coming to the licensing part, sir, what is the license cost? Okay, so we are having community edition and we are having enterprise edition. Okay, two edition we are having. Community edition, it is free, robot also free, orchestrator also free. What about enterprise edition? So I'm just telling you the rough idea. Okay, so this this price it's around 2 years back. So there were one client where I have purchased this license. So this is for $2,500 per year. So this is for robot cost will 1,500 per year, and this is for 20,000 per year. Okay, so this is per year cost. Okay, so this is per year cost. Now coming to what is the difference between community edition and enterprise edition. So first difference is like community edition will have more feature. So let me tell you, community edition is having more feature, enterprise is having less feature. Okay, sir, what is the reason why community edition is having more feature, why enterprise is having less feature? So let me tell you, whatever, as we know, UiPath evolving every day. So whatever they are doing, so they are just developing their feature, they are testing their, they are developing and then they are testing. And the first rollout will send to their community. Okay, so what community member, what they are doing, so they will test the new features. If they find any bug, then that report will trigger to UiPath. Okay, that that log will trigger to UiPath. UiPath will look into that feature and they will fix that feature. Okay, they will fix that issue. So first thing, this community edition is having more feature compared to enterprise, but this is less stable, this is more stable. Okay, here UiPath team, they are testing their feature, and once they have tested their feature, they will roll out to community member, and community member also do the testing. If they feel if any error occurred, the report will trigger to UiPath. Okay, log will trigger to the UiPath. UiPath will able to understand what is the issue and they will fix that. Once they find comfortable with the new feature, they will roll out to enterprise edition. Okay, first difference is more feature, less feature, less stable, more stable. Okay, the second, if you are purchasing the license from the UiPath, they will provide you the support. Okay, they will provide you the support, dedicated team they will give to you. Okay, so in terms of support, but here we need to take the help of community member. Okay, if you go to the Google and just if you have any question or any help you require, so you will have community forum. If you see forum.uipath.com, so this is the community forum. Here you will get the answer. Post your question, you will get the answer. Okay, so these are the community forum. So let me close this one. So these are the community forum, and here you can see like which is the top or which is the latest. Okay, these are the category. So these are like the question user has asked, and community member, they are going to reply on that. If you see somebody has given any announcement or anything they have given, so here they are just giving back these things. Okay, and now if you see here, you can see there is a comment also will be there. Okay, so whatever you will have, see, if you see, this is the community member which they are going to help you out in that. Okay, so if you have any issue, raise a question. First search on the Google. If you are getting the answer, well and good. If you are not getting any answer, just raise a help. Okay, you will get the answer from the other member. Okay, but for enterprise edition, if you wish to ask to the UiPath support team, you can do that also. But what is faster? This is faster. UiPath forum is faster, so you will ask to that team. So better first search on the Google. If you get the answer, then use that. If you are not getting answer, you can take the help of dedicated team. Okay, so first difference, stability. Like this is having more feature but less stable. This is having less feature but more stable. The second is dedicated team. The third one is about the client data. Okay, about the client data. Whenever you install this one, okay, if any error happened, if any crash, if any bug, anything happened, the log will be shared with the UiPath team. Okay, but enterprise, here my log will not go to the UiPath server. Okay, so this is the main difference. Okay, so client data, here your client data is means they will take the data. Okay, they will take the logs, but here without your permission they will not take your logs. execution log they will not going to take. Okay, which log I am talking, let me tell you. So I'm going to explain you how to install UiPath Studio, but let me show you the execution log. Whatever we are executing, we are having log for that. Okay, so let me, okay, I'm just opening any blank project. Okay, so this is your UiPath Studio. If I press, so I will press Control L. Okay, okay, if you press Control L, okay, so I have pressed Control L. This is the log file. Okay, these are the log file of the execution. Okay, in case any bug, any issues happen, this log file will send to the UiPath. Okay, if you want to see what is there inside here, if you see, these are the logs which will send to the UiPath. Okay, and they will think like if we need to solve that, they will solve that. If they think like we need to do anything, so they can do. But enterprise, this log with you only. Okay, this log with you only. They will ask your permission to send this log. Okay, again they will not going to take that. They will ask the permission to provide the log. Okay, and this help you to save the client data. Okay, and the client data client data is very crucial part. Okay, now is it okay? What is the difference between community edition and enterprise edition? Three major difference I have just informed you. In enterprise, dedicated team is there, dedicated support team is there, and in enterprise, less feature but more stable. Okay, and privacy and security. Here you will have security feature. Your data is secure. Okay, but here no dedicated team. Community forum is there, but community forum is very powerful. You will get all the answers. Okay, no need to worry. If you have any issue, you will get all the answers. Okay, why UiPath evolved? Question is coming, sir. Like Anidita just asked, like, sir, why UiPath? Why Blue Prism? Why automation? Why not automation anywhere? The reason behind that is community edition. Okay, the reason behind is community forum. UiPath just introduced the community forum, and the people like me and us, they are just helping each other. So that is why UiPath evolved very like big level. So this is the major like I can say, because of the community forum, UiPath just go on the top. Okay, now coming to how to install. Okay, so this is I was just talking about the pricing, and whenever we are installing the UiPath Studio, robot automatically get installed. Okay, why is it so? Whenever we are installing UiPath Studio, robot automatically get installed. Why? What is the reason? Okay, if you are developing any process, definitely you will test that. Okay, so Studio, where we are going to write our code, robot, it's going to execute my code. Okay, now coming to, sir, can you tell me the environment? We are having development environment, we are having UAT environment. Okay, we are having production environment. Okay, we are having three environment. In development environment, we required all these three components. We required all these three components. Why? Because we are developing the process. We are developing the process. Okay, so we required to write the code, we required test the code, and we required to monitor how my robot is behaving into the background. Can you tell me in UAT and okay, anyone have any doubt in what is development environment, production and UAT environment? Okay, fine. We are not required UiPath Studio because in the UAT machine we are going to test our script. So we required robot, and orchestrator. In production also we required robot and orchestrator. Okay, in whatever bug you will find at this stage, it will go to the development environment again. In development environment, we are going to fix that code and then move to the UAT environment. Okay, if everything is fine, then we will move to the production environment. If you face any issue, if you face any bug, again it will move to development environment, then UAT environment, then production environment, and this cycle will goes like this. Okay, so that is why whenever you install Studio, if you are installing Studio, that means you will develop something. If you develop something, definitely you will install the robot, and then this is the development orchestrator. This is the UAT. UAT is nothing but like you are testing your code, and you are testing the code into the background. Okay, in the monitor stage, I can say. And here production. This is in production. We require only robot and orchestrator. Okay, so is it clear? So we have installed the UiPath Studio. Let me explain you. Okay, before we will start, let me explain you how we will move forward this course. Okay, in RPA also we are going to create the component. Okay, so this is my process. If you want to develop this process, you need to create component. You need to create a component. Sir, what do you mean by component? Component is nothing but, if you see here, we need to create a component which help me to log into the portal. We need to create a component which help me to navigate to the download page. We need to create a component which help me to download the report. You need to create a component, and later we will integrate those components. Okay, we will integrate those components. Okay, to create a component. Okay, before that, in this process, can anyone tell me which application we have used to do this process? Which application we are using to complete this process? Okay, can I say I am using browser? Okay, why we are using browser? To log into the portal, navigate to download page, download the report. I am using the browser. Filter the data, extract the relevant information. I am using Excel. Send to business. I am using Outlook. If you know how to interact with this application, you will able to automate this process. If you know how to automate, again I'm saying how to automate, that means how to interact with this application to get the value, set the value. Okay, then you will able to automate this process. Okay, in this process, this is SAP related process. Okay, this is SAP related process. So what I am using ServiceNow ticket. Okay, ServiceNow ticket. Okay, ServiceNow ticket. This is ticketing tool. Anyone aware about this ServiceNow ticketing tool? Okay, so this is a tool. This is a tool. I mean to say, again, I am using browser to access this tool. I am using the browser. So I can write here like I can let me write the browser so that it will not like get confused. Okay, ServiceNow. Okay, so here I am using browser. Okay, then get info I will get from the browser. Validate the user. Where you are going to validate the user? Inside the SAP application. Reset the password, SAP application. Send to user, again Outlook. Okay, if you know how to interact with this application, you will able to automate the process. Okay, so how we are going to proceed this course? Okay, to create component, it is clear how we will create the component and how we will proceed with this course. Okay, first we will see how to interact with the browser. Interact with the browser means how to like get the value, set the value. Okay, how to interact with the browser. Then we will see how to interact with the Excel. Then we will have PDF, how to interact with the PDF. Then we will have how to interact with the, again, it's Outlook, okay? How to interact with the Outlook. So first I'm going to explain you this one, how your robot can interact with the browser, how to Excel, PDF, Outlook, and then we will do the project. In the project, we will first create the component. Okay, first create the component, then we will integrate those components, and later our project is ready. Okay, so this is the way to study. Okay, this is the way to study. First you need to understand how I can interact with the browser, how we can interact with the Excel. Interacting, that means like how to call the methods. Okay, how to interact or method, okay, it's okay. How to interact browser, so how to interact with the application, then we will create the component, then we will integrate, and then our project is ready. Okay, now after installing the UiPath Studio, so I have installed the UiPath Studio. Okay, so let me explain you the component of the UiPath Studio. Okay, so I'm just closing this project. I'm reopening the UiPath Studio. So this is my UiPath Studio. I have opened the UiPath Studio.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of RPA by answering this question. What is RPA primarily used for? A. Automating business process. B. Automating BPO process. C. Automating banking process. D. None of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Okay, whenever you open the studio, at this place you will get the recent project which you have created. These are the recent project. These are the templates. Okay, 90% project we are going to use this template, Robot Enterprise Framework, very popular, that is RE framework. This is very like I can say popular framework. 90% project they are using RE framework only. As we are beginner, I'm not going to take this template. I will take the blank template. Okay, once we are familiar with everything, we will create our project in Robot Process RE framework. Okay, again, I'm not going to use RE framework. I'm going to redesign, I'm going to recreate the RE framework. And once you able to understand each and every point, later you can use the RE framework. Okay, as of now we will use the blank process, like nothing is there. Okay, in the blank process nothing is there. I will click on the process. This is your path. Here you are creating your project. Okay, this is the path. Here you will create your project. Here you need to provide the name of your project. So I am giving the name of my project is first project. Okay, so this is my first project. I will click on the create. Okay, once you create the project, okay, once you create the project, this is your UiPath interface. Okay, first thing, if you click on the project tab, okay, if you click on the project tab, here you will get this much of option. Okay, let me explain you this option, File Explorer. If you click on the File Explorer, it will jump to the root folder. So this is your root folder. If you remember, this is the path we have given. In this path we need to create our project, and this is the root folder. Root folder, I mean to say, here we are going to place our code. Okay, so this is the root folder. If you go one step back, so this is your UiPath folder. In the UiPath folder we have created this project. So this is your root folder. Here I'm going to place my all the relevant file which required for this project. So this is my root folder. In the root folder, whenever you create any project, in the root folder, three options you will get. I recommend don't touch this three options. So this is the setting UiPath is having. Okay, so you will not see the option, but these are the settings which UiPath is going to use. So I will say don't touch this three folder. Here we are having main XAML. This is your starting point. Okay, this is your starting point of your program. So I can say starting point. What do you mean by starting point? Let's assume you have purchased a book. Can you tell me from where you will start that book? So you will start that book from the first page. You are not going to start the book from the last page. So this is also here. We are going to start our project from this XAML. Okay, and the project JSON is nothing but it's containing the setting of this project. Okay, sir, can you tell me what is setting? So let me open the project JSON. Okay, so these are the setting we are having. Let's take the example, as this is the first class. I'm not going to explain you each and every component, but three component let me explain you. Okay, this three component. First is, what is the name of your project? Sir, my project name is first project. What is the description of your project? Sir, we have mentioned a blank process. What is the starting point? So this is the starting point. If you see here, the green icon is there. Okay, green icon, it says that this is the starting point. Okay, if you see the main XAML is in bold. I'm creating one more XAML file. Okay, so second XAML. Okay, this is my second XAML. Okay, if you see, this is my main XAML, this is my second XAML, but the main XAML is in bold. Why is it so? Because this it's indicate that this is the starting point. Okay, this is starting point. That is why it's entry point. If you see the green icon, it's saying entry point and it is in bold. This is the entry point, and this is something helper file, I can say. So in the project JSON, we are saying main is our entry point. Okay, if client come to you, can you please make second XAML is your entry point? So what you need to do, you need to go here to the setting, okay, project setting, and then put second XAML. Okay, let me verify the spelling. SEC second. Okay, so this is your second XAML, and just change the project name. Okay, so I'm just changing the project name. Second project. I will save this file. Okay, I have saved this file, and now if you see my project name, still it is first project. It is still first project. Main is in bold. At the top you will see first project. Okay, at the top you will see the first project. In that case, if you are changing anything into the project JSON, what you need to do, you need to restart the studio. I have just closed the studio. Let me open the project again. So this is document. Let me go to the UiPath. This is my first project. Okay, so let me open the main XAML, and I am going to show you my project name is got changed. Okay, if you see, the project name got changed to the second project, and here also you can see the second project, and here also you can see main is not in bold but second is in bold, and here they have placed the icon, but they have not placed the this icon. They have not removed this icon. So this is the bug. If you want, you can report. If you have time, you can report. So this is the issue which I have found. If you report that, then they will fix these things. Okay, but now it is saying the second XAML is your entry point, not the main XAML. Okay, project name change, everything is got changed. Dependency I am going to come later on. So dependency is nothing but in this project I am using Excel, I am using main XAML, I am using UiPath system activity. System activity is like click on the something like okay, so UI automation is like click, system activity is like collection, data table. Okay, so that part I am going to come later on, but as of now we have seen how to change the project name, how to change the main, but no one will come to you and saying change the entry level. Okay, so everybody is aware that main is entry point. Okay, so let me roll it back. Okay, so main XAML is my entry point. I'm just replacing the project name. If you want to provide any project description, you can give here also. Okay, let me save that one. Let me reload the UiPath Studio again. Okay, so you have asked this question. The next topic is that only. So I'm just opening the notepad. Okay, if you have a text file, so what is the extension .txt? Okay, if you create any Excel file, so what is the extension .xls? If you are creating any Python file, it's .py. Okay, it's .py. If you are creating any doc, so docx. Okay, if you are creating any C# file .cs, Java file .java, and if you are creating any like I can say UiPath file, it is XAML file. Okay, it is XAML file. So in this extension, you need to place your code. Okay, in this extension, you need to place your code. Okay, now coming to, as I told you, okay, as I told you, we need to create the component. As I told you, we need to create a component. Okay, to create the component, we want holder, something hold my code. Okay, see, if you see this image, this is your image. Okay, let's talk about this light. So light, like plastic is holding the shape. I can say plastic is holding the shape. Again, whatever you will write, we require a container which hold my code. Okay, container which hold my code. Code de. Okay, so this container which hold my code. Okay, so UiPath is providing three components. One is sequence, one is flowchart, and one is state machine. Okay, as of now I am going to explain you sequence and flowchart. Okay, so if someone asks you what is sequence, flowchart, state machine, this is nothing but a container which is going to hold my code. Okay, hold my activity. So this is your container. Okay, now, so as of now, we have just okay, I'm sorry for you have just asked the question. That is why I have just explained this concept. It's okay. We'll go with the component of the UiPath Studio. Okay, so this is project tab. In the project tab, if you want to jump to the root folder, so this is your root folder. Okay, then coming to the activity tab. What is activity? Okay, let's assume you are developer. Okay, so you will create the methods. Okay, you are developer, you will create the methods. Okay, you will create the methods. In the real world, we will say the actions. Okay, in the real world, we will say the action. Okay, in UiPath we are saying activities. Okay, activities which will perform action for us. Okay, perform action for us. Okay, these are nothing but it is like I can say verb which is going to perform action for us. Let's take the example. So this is activity. Sir, I want to move file from one folder to another folder. Just click on the copy, type copy. Here you will get the activity copy file. Okay, place here. Okay, so this is the activity, and to work on this activity, how my activity will behave, here we need to pass the argument. So this is your property panel. Here we are going to pass my argument. Okay, here we are going to pass my argument. The first argument I can say, from where do you want to move your file? So here you need to provide the path. To where? Okay, here we need to provide the destination folder. If that file is there, do you want to overwrite? Just check that. Okay, mark as a true, means we are overwriting the file. Okay, private is like something, do you want log for that? If you use log, then create the log also. Okay, if you don't want to create the log, then ignore that. Okay, so display name, here you can, this is the default name, copy file. I can say copy master file. If you want, you can provide the name, more specific name, so that other developer able to read your code. So here what we are doing, we are just copy the master file. We are copying the master file. Okay, continue on error. Let's assume somehow if this action got failed, do you want to continue? So yes, please continue. Okay, so this is again these are the property I am going to explain you. So entire course I am going to explain this properties. Okay, no need to worry about the property, but this is like how your action will behave. Okay, if you are driving a car and you are giving the accelerator, then your car will move fast. Okay, if you are releasing the accelerator, your car will be slow and it will control the speed. The same thing, it's depend upon your parameter. Whatever you are passing the parameter, this activity will behave accordingly. Okay, so this is your activity, this is your property. In property we need to pass the parameter. Now what is snippets? Okay, snippet is nothing but a small line of code UiPath has written for you. If you wish, you can see that. Okay, let's assume you are working on the automate a process and you need to wait for 1 second. So you can write in this way. So delay is a one of the activity. And let me go to this component, main component, and here let me go to the activity.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides robotic process automation training for UiPath, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Okay, so delay. Okay, before copy file from one folder to another folder, could you please wait for 1 second or 2 seconds? So we are having delay activity and how to use this duration, how to pass the time span. So they have just demonstrated you need to pass the hour, how many hours, how many minutes, or how many seconds. Okay, 1 for 1 second. Okay, so 1 for 1 second. So in snippets they have written that code. Okay, so this is something ping monitoring. Okay, what is ping monitoring? So they have just mentioned you need to start application. So which application we are opening? Command prompt we are opening. Then what we are doing in that command prompt, we are typing something, waiting for 30 seconds. Then we are taking the response. Then we will do something. Okay, so this is one component which they have created, ping monitoring component. Okay, if you want, you can execute this component. Let me see if this will work or not. Okay, so this is ping monitoring. Okay, let me see. Okay, if you see, this is your UiPath Studio, this is your UiPath Robot, two different software. Okay, who is executing this code? Your UiPath Robot is executing this code. They have changed the name to see, they are just see, this is the code. Okay, they have written something, they have written, and your robot will behave. I'm not sure like what they are doing with this output, but this is the behavior, how your robot will behave. Okay, let me close this one. If you wish, you can see the code. Okay, snippets, nothing but a small line of code UiPath has written for us. Calculate automation, so small line of code they have written. And if you wish, if you see what this activity does, let me go here, let me stop this code. What get environment folder, what this activity does, it will return you, is it available inside where is the window installed in C drive, D drive, E drive. So this activity will give you the return output. Okay, so the small line of code UiPath has written. So as of now, we have discussed what is project panel, what is snippets, what is activity, and what is property. Okay, as a first class, this 3 component is sufficient for you to learn. Okay, to continue with the UiPath. Okay, now the next question is about the container. Okay, so container, as I told you, we need to create the component and then we need to integrate those things. Okay, to create the component we require a container which is going to hold my code. Okay, so what I'm going to create, I'm just creating one container. First I will take the sequence. Let's understand what is sequence. Okay, so in this component what I am going to do, I will take 2 inputs from the user. Okay, I will take 2 input from the user and will show the result. Okay, addition of 2 numbers. Okay, so let me put addition. Okay, so what this activity will do, it will add the number, okay, which user is typing. Okay, so this is addition XAML. This is container of sequence. Okay, this is sequence. Sir, how do you know this is sequence? In the property panel you will get the sequence. This is the sequence which is going to hold your code. Okay, so this is the code. Okay, so now this is the variable panel. Here you will create your variable. So I hope you aware what is variable. Let's assume what is variable. Let's assume that this is your x equals to 10. So this is your variable of type integer, okay, of type int. Okay, let's assume this is y of 20, z equals to 10 plus 20. Okay, so x is holding the value 10, y is holding the value 20, and z is holding like x plus y. Okay, so let's take this. Okay, so x is adding the 2 numbers. Okay, so x is a variable, y is a variable, z is a variable of type integer, and if I ask you what is the value of x, you will say 10. What is the value of y? You will say 20. What is the value of z? Can you tell me what is the value of z? Okay, so value is 30. Now, so what we are creating a robot which accept input from the user and display the result. So what I'm going to do, first I will create the first variable. Okay, first number, and what is the data type? Data type is integer. Okay, in 34. Okay, I'm going to create the second variable. So this is second number. Okay, what is the data type? Again, it is integer. Then I'm creating a result. Okay, so result also integer. Okay, 3 variable I have created, which is going to help me to add the 2 numbers. Okay, I will go to the activity. If you want to take any input from the user, so we are having input dialog. Okay, we are having input dialog activity. So this input dialog to accept the first number, or I will say accept first number. Okay, I'm having one more dialog activity which is going to accept the second number. Okay, now few information we need to provide. Dialog box title. Okay, whenever you will open any window, if you see I have opened any window, this is my window. It's asking what will be the title of your window. So here what is the title? Untitled - notepad. Same it's asking. I will say enter first number. Okay, the label it's nothing but here it will show you like this. So let me type the label, the same value, let me put here, copy the same value you will put here. So I want text box, and whatever user has typed we need to take inside the variable. Okay, int first number. Okay, if you see this activity, how this activity will behave depend upon the properties. Okay, if you see here, this is your property, this is your property of your action. Okay, now what is the label? Label is enter the first number. Okay, whatever user will type we are going to display at this place. Okay, what is title of your window? This is the title of your window. This two command I'm going to explain you later, but as of now this three property I'm going to use. The same thing I will do here also. Title of your window, enter the second value. Enter the second value. What is the label? The same label, let me put here. Enter the second value. Copy, Control V, and here int second number. Okay, the same property here we are having. enter first number, second number. I am going to hold that value inside the variable. Okay, now I want to show the result to the user. So this is my message box. So this will accept the string. Okay, so what I will do, this will show the string. So result equals to, okay, I need to add two number. Okay, so to add two number, I'm going to take one assign activity. Assign activity. If you know inside the programming language, so this is your assign activity. Okay, this is your assign activity. This is your assignment operator. Okay, so that value, so this is left hand side. If you see, this is your left hand side, this is your right hand side. So left hand side, I am going to use the variable name. So result, and here I need to type the value. So int first number, int second number. Okay, two number I have added, first number and second number. After adding, it is going to assign to this variable. Okay, after that, what we need to do, we need to take one box. Okay, this box will help me to result the addition of two numbers. Okay, my component is created. Addition of two number, my component is created. Let me run this component. To run this specific file, what you need to do, you need to click on the design tab, click on the drop down list, run the file. Okay, so I'm just running this file. Once you start running this file, it will ask you the first number. If you see, robot started asking the first number. Could you please add the could you please provide me the first number? This is the title of your window, this is the label of your window. Okay, this is the label of the value. Okay, so you can put a more specific message here. So I'm just saying 10. Then it will ask you the second number. So I will say 20, and then I will press OK. And here I can see what is the result of my number. Okay, so this is addition XAML. Okay, so this XAML is going from top to bottom. Okay, let me take one more component, that is flowchart. Okay, a state machine I am going to explain later, but as of now, this two component is very important. And then let me take the flowchart also, and then we will discuss the difference between sequence and flowchart. Okay, in flowchart, I am going to use guess the number. Okay, guess the number. So let me give the name of this XAML, guessing the number. Okay, guessing the number. Okay, so this container is created. To understand this program, I am having image. Let me show you that image so that you will get clear idea what we are going to prepare in this. Okay, so this is my flow chart, guessing the number. So what we are going to do, we will generate a random number. Okay, we will generate the random number, and we will ask the user what is the number, and user is going to provide the what is the number. If it is correct, we will say yes, your guess is correct, and we will end the program. If it is not correct, we will ask input again to the user. Okay, and we will provide small hint if it is bigger or if it is smaller. If it is bigger, we will tell your number is bigger. Okay, and then we will ask input, we will ask again the input from the user. Okay, so this program we are going to create. So how to create this program? First, let me create the few variables. The first variable is random number. Okay, so this is random number. Okay, what is the data type? Data type is int. Okay, then guess number. Okay, so the guess number which user is going to type. Okay, two variable I'm going to use. So first I will take assign activity. In this assign activity, let computer generate the random number. Okay, so this is my random number, and here in the value I'm going to use one class, that is random class. Okay, let me create object for the random class. Okay, so this is my class. This is help me to generate the random number. Okay, between 0 to 10. Okay, so this is object I have created. Dot next is the method which help you to generate the number. Okay, so now it's asking, let me Okay, so this is my method. Okay, if you see, this is my method. It is asking two parameters: minimum value, maximum value. Okay, so minimum is 0 and maximum is 10. Okay, minimum is 0 and maximum is 10. Okay, so what we are giving instruction to the computer: hey computer, could you please generate a random number between 0 to 10? Okay, and it will generate the random number and assign to this variable. Okay, if you want to see the value, we are having message box. In the message box you can type. So this is message box, this is the property of your message box. What text do you want to show? Could you please show me what is the number robot has generated? So this is the random number. Okay, let me run this file. Okay, this file, to run this file, go to the design tab, drop down, run the file. So bot started, bot has generated 4. Okay, let me run it again, run the file. If you see, again it is 4. Let me run it again. And this time, let me see what is, it's generated 3. Okay, my robot is going to generate the random number. Okay, once we have generated the random number, then the next stage we will ask the user what is the number computer has generated. Okay, let me double click here, provide the title of your window. Okay, so title is guess the number. Okay, title is guess the number. We need to provide the label. So I will say guess the number between 0 to 10. Okay, and whatever user has guessed, we will take inside the variable, that is guess number. Okay, so as of now what we have did, we have generated a random number. We are just checking what is the number, and then we will ask input from the user. Okay, you can give the name of that activity. Guessing the number. Okay, we have given the value here. This is the label, this is the title, and this is the variable. We will check the condition. Okay, so here you will have flow decision. Flow decision is having two parts. One is true and one is false. Here you need to type the condition. The first condition, if random number and guess number both are the same, random number equals to guess number, both are the same, then we need to tell the user your guess is correct. Okay, we need to tell the user your guess is correct. Okay, if it is true, if you see the condition, what is condition? Random number equals to guess number, means user guess is correct. So I will provide the value, your guess is correct and number is, and here just provide what is the number. So int, no, I have given the random number which bot has generated. So random number. Okay, here it is showing the error. Why it is showing the error? Because this is your string, this is your string, and this is your integer. You cannot add string and integer. Okay, you cannot add string and integer. Let's take an example. If x is 10 and y equals to hello, is it possible to add 10 and hello? No, it is not possible. In that case, you need to make your integer as a string. Okay, then here what is the input? 10 and then hello. Okay, so this will be your input. Okay, this will be your output. So what I need to do, I need to convert this integer number to the string. To convert into the string, there is a method .toString. Okay, now this is your first string, this is your last string. Okay, let me press that, let me go back and let me run this program. So half program we have created. what we are doing, we are generating random number, we are just showing what is the number. We will ask user what is the number, and here we are checking the condition. If user guess is correct, then we will stop the program. Okay, now let me run this file. Okay, number is 7. Bot has generated 7. Let me put 7. Okay, and here it is saying your guess is correct and number is 7. Okay, and it will end the program. Okay, it will end the program. Okay, let me put one more decision here. If number is not correct, okay, bot has generated 7, but we are typing 8 or 9. Okay, so either I will type lower number or either I will type the bigger number. Okay, there is only two possibility. Total 3 possibilities there. Either I will guess correct, or either I will guess the lower, or I will guess the bigger. Smaller, bigger, and correct. 3 possibilities are there. Okay, we have covered the first possibility, number is correct. Now we will check if number is correct. Okay, if it is incorrect, then either it is smaller or bigger. So we will show the hint to the user. So let me take 2 hints. One is bigger and one is smaller. Okay. Okay, in which situation my guess is smaller? The question comes, in which situation my guess will be smaller? Can anyone try? If random number is bigger than guessed number. Okay, computer has generated 7. We have guessed 4. In that case, this condition will get true. Is it okay or not? This condition will get true or not? If random number is bigger than guessed number, then whatever user has guessed, it is smaller, because smaller, this is the greater than sign, so this condition will get true. So I am going to show one message to the user, your guess is smaller. Okay, so this is hint to the user, your guess is smaller. Okay, your guess is smaller, and I will tell, please try again. Please try again. And the same message, if it is not smaller, if it is not smaller, then definitely it is bigger. Okay, so here I'm going to give the hint, your guess is bigger. Please try again. And this I am going to go here. Okay, then please try again. So again we need to give the one more attempt to the user. So this message here, we need to go here to guess the number. Okay, to guess the number, and this will go to here. Okay, let me explain you this program again. So first, bot will generate the random number. We will ask input from the user, can you please guess the number? We will check if guess number and random number both are same, then we will show the message, your guess is correct, and we will close the program. Okay, if it is not equals to, then either it is smaller or it is bigger. If random number is bigger, that means user guess is smaller. Okay, then we will show the message, your guess is smaller. Please try again, and then we will go here and ask again what is the number, and it will give me the answer. If again it is incorrect, then we will show the hint, and then we will continue this program until user guess will get a true. Okay, until user guess is correct. Okay, we will execute till the end. Okay, if it is bigger, then we will show this hint, your guess is bigger, please try. Okay, so let me run this program. Run this file. See, user has generated 3, and if I type 3, that condition we already evaluated. Okay, now this time to give the incorrect value. So can you tell me which value should I give? Which value should I give? 4. Okay, let me give 4. And here bot is giving me the message, hint, Your guess is bigger because 3 is bigger than 4. Okay, 4 is bigger than 3. So this is the message bot is giving to me. Okay, I will press OK. Okay, again it's asking what is the number. I will say 3. And bot is saying me the correct number is 3. Okay, let me run this program again. This time 4, let me guess 2. Okay, let me guess 2. 2 is smaller. So bot should give me the hint, your guess is smaller. Okay, let me see, is it giving? Yeah, it's giving, your guess is smaller. Okay, I will press OK. Okay, let me, 4 was there, so let me put in 4. So the 4 is correct answer, your guess is correct. Okay, do I need to repeat this program again or it is fine? Okay, let me delete this hint. Okay, I'm just deleting this hint, and now just let me know what is the number. Okay, I'm just running this file. 5, let me try with the 5. 5 is smaller, 7 is the correct guess. Okay, now let's compare, sir, what is the difference between flowchart and sequence? In sequence, you can go from top to bottom. If you are at this place, you cannot go to top again. But flowchart, we are having that feature to go to the top line. Okay, we are having that feature. Okay, so question comes, sir, when to use flowchart and when to use sequence. Whenever, again I'm saying, whenever you are having multiple conditions, let's assume you are automating any processes, any business condition. If you are having multiple business conditions, then I recommend go for the flowchart. It will look clean, and you in the single place you can visualize what is happening. Okay, but the same program you cannot achieve using the sequence. Okay, you cannot achieve using the sequence. If you are having single condition, what do you mean by single condition? Single condition, it's like you are creating a component that is login to the portal. Okay, that is login to the portal. So in login into the portal, what we need to do, can you tell me what we need to do? Let me write that. To login into the portal, what we need to do, we need to open the, okay, let me go here. Okay, before that I have that code. Okay, let me take from the here. So this is the last class I have just explained you to login. See, this program I have just explained you. So okay, so this is the folder structure. As of now, it's okay. So all action related to Internet Explorer we are going to keep place here. If you are doing any action related to Outlook, you can do here. Okay, and this is something test example. Okay, so this is, let me go to the Internet Explorer, login to the portal. I was talking about login to the portal. Okay, so in the login to the portal, we are having only one condition, either login success or login fail. Okay, either we will have login success or login fail. Okay, so this is internet related operation. Let me pause this setting. Okay, so let me place here. Okay, so this is my XAML file. Okay, let me create again. Okay, so no, let me this is if you see, I have created one folder that is Internet Explorer, but I'm not able to see here. Okay, so what we need to do, so you need to refresh this one. Okay, once you refresh, you will get the Internet Explorer folder. If you want to create any folder, just click on the root folder, click on the root folder here, come here, create one folder, Outlook. This folder means that all the action related to the Outlook we are going to place here. Means sending email, you will put that XAML here. Okay, so now let me refresh that. Here we are having Outlook. So this is my Internet Explorer. Login to the portal. Two possibility, either success or either fail. So what I am doing here, first login to the portal, you need to open the browser. Okay, so let me open this activity. Let me create one test sequence. So this is my test. Okay, so to log in into the portal, what you need to do, you need to open the browser. So first I will use open the browser. Okay, now question comes, sir, which browser do I need to open? So here you will have different type of browser, Internet Explorer, Firefox. Which browser do you want to open? just provide Internet Explorer I want to open. Okay, can you tell me what is the URL? So this is my URL. In this URL, I can put anything. Gmail.com. Let me put the gmail.com. Gmail.com. Okay. So let me put www. Okay. www.gmail.com. After putting the gmail.com, let me see if my robot able to open the Internet Explorer or not. Okay. So I need to run this file. Again, as I mentioned, you click on the design, click on the debug drop down list and run this file. Bot started, it is opening the Gmail URL. Okay, if you see my email is open. Okay, now you need to click on the sign in page. Okay, so to click on that, you will have click activity. This is your click activity. Okay, in this click activity, it will ask you which button do you want to click. I want to click the mouse left button. Okay, how many clicks? Single click. If you want double click down, whatever we are having this one. Okay, then exactly what is the target? Target is this one. Here we need to create. So here we need to provide the selector. Okay, so what is selector? We are going to cover what is selector. Selector is nothing but providing the address of the target element. Here I want to click. Okay, so this is target of your element. Okay, once you provide that, it will open that and then it will click that. Okay, same thing I have mentioned here. First I am opening the browser. I am typing my email address. So this is this portal is this. Okay, so this is the portal. This is the portal. I need to type my username, I need to type my password, and I need to click on the login button. Same thing, I have just typed my username, I have just typed my password, I have just click on the login button, and then I'm just validating if login success or not. That means if I'm just put anything and I click on the login, if I click on the login, okay, so let me put that abc@gmail.com. okay, I will click on the login. Here it is showing me if you get this message, that means my credential is invalid. So here what I'm doing, I'm just validating. Okay, if you see here, if you see this credential do not match the record, so the same thing I'm just validating, and after validation I will have either true invalid password or true password. Okay, valid password or invalid password. So this is the business requirement. I have just created one component, login component. I know what is the output, either password is success or password will be fail. Okay, so this two output you will get, and the same thing I'm just demonstrating here. Okay, so this is my component and it is having only two conditions. If you are having two conditions, or I can say single condition, then go with the sequence. And if you are creating a component which is having multiple conditions, then I will say go for the flowchart. And this experience you will get once you work very hard. You will give time to the UiPath, you will create so many components, then you will get idea when to use sequence and when to use flowchart.
There are two important concepts that you need to know. An activity, like I was mentioning activities, it is the smallest action in an UiPath is called activity. So like clicking of a mouse, opening of Excel sheet, moving from one table to other. This is a very small action which is defined. That is called as an activity. And when you combine a set of activities in a sequential manner to do meaningful task, it becomes a sequence. So inside a sequence, you have a set of activities which you perform, then it becomes a sequence and it's carried out serially. So these are two very important concepts when you talk about UiPath Studio. So let's begin. Let's talk about variables and arguments. So basically variables can be thought of as the boxes that contain different types of data. The data inside the box might change, but the box remains the same. For instance, one box may contain numbers and the other box may contain a text field. So UiPath deals with various types of data. So there are various types of boxes available. So basically the use of variables is when you have something, you have a data which is dynamic. What I mean by dynamic is let's suppose you want to display something that the user inputs. So you cannot hard code this value, because you have to take the value that the user is giving you. So you have to keep this value coming from the user somewhere, right? So that is what a variable is. You place all the values that he's writing inside a box, and then you use this box to display. So there are different kinds of boxes that hold different kinds of data. There are numbers, there are strings, there are images, there are arrays, a lot of different kinds. You can think of a variable type as, let's assume we have different containers for different kinds of food at home. So there's a container for sugar, there's a container for salt. The value inside this boxes may change, right? Sometimes you have more sugar, sometimes you have less sugar. But what does not change is the fact that we keep sugar inside that sugar box. We do not keep it with some other box like a salt box or something like that. So certain kind of data goes inside a certain kind of box. We use those kind of box to tell we have this kind of data inside this kind of box. So UiPath has various kinds of variable types or various kinds of boxes, if you will. Let's look at those. We have integers, we have strings, we have boolean. So in integers, you can basically store all the whole numbers, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10,000, whatever you want. In strings, you can keep the text field like hello world or welcome to Intellipaat or whatever. In boolean, you store a flag value kind of thing, which is basically true or false. It can either be true or it can only be false. It cannot take any other value. Then there is a special data type or variable type given to us by UiPath, which is generic. Now generic can contain strings, integers, boolean, and many more types of data field. This can be used. This is something which makes your life very easy, as having a generic data type allows you to not think about what your particular data field is having. Like if you have a string, so you have to just put strings, because generic will take care of all. Next off is array of, you can say. This contains a list kind of thing. When you have a list or a two-dimensional array where you have 1, 2, and then 3, 4 below it. It's like a map kind of thing, but it's basically a list. And then there is date and time variables. As the name suggests, it contains data about date as well as time. So these are the main kinds of variables. These 6 are the main kinds of variables given to us by UiPath. Now let's talk about arguments. So arguments are used to pass data from one workflow to another or one project to another. Arguments can pass data between automations. As a result, they enable us to reuse automations again and again. So basically you can think of it as when we'll see the hands-on on variables and all, you'll see there is a scope of every variable. So some variables are valid up to a certain extent only, like a certain sequence or a certain set of commands where it will be valid to. But it won't be, variables won't be valid outside of an entire workflow. The maximum scope that you can give a variable, it's the one workflow. But the arguments give you the advantage that you can bring data from another workflow. So suppose you are creating a sum program. So there you have a program where you can create sum. Now you need this sum to be brought off from somewhere to your new program. So you don't need to necessarily create another program to write the sum. You can use the initial program and use the argument to bring the values from the other workflow to your workflow. So that is how it allows you to use automation again and again. So the important feature of an argument is the direction. So the direction of an argument tells an application where the information is stored in an argument is supposed to go. So basically there are 4 kinds of directions: in, out, in and out, and property. I think most of them are pretty self-explanatory, that whether the data is coming from outside of the workflow, that is in, if it is supposed to go outside of the current workflow, then it's out. If it's in and out both, or if it's a property. So we'll see these one by one. So the in direction means that argument can only be used in the given workflow. So it's coming, so you are using it from the given workflow. Out means the arguments can be used to pass data outside of the given workflow. So if you are sending a data outside from the current workflow to the other workflow, you have to give it the direction as out. Then there is in and out, which means arguments can be used within the workflow and can be given outside of the workflow as well. So it gives you both the features. And property means that a direction is not currently in use. It can either take in as the direction, out as the direction, in and out, or it could be property, which means that the direction is not currently in use. So that is how the variables and arguments are. Let's make it more clear with the help of a little bit of hands-on. So we'll look at how we create a variable, how we create an argument, and how we use it. Let us now look at a very simple example of how to create variables and how to use them. For our purpose, we'll be creating a very simple program where we'll be taking text input from the user and displaying it in a message box. So The text input that we'll be taking, we'll be keeping it as a variable. So as you can see here on the left hand side, you can read its variables next to the arguments. If you click here, you can see the different variables with their names, variable types, their scope, which tells you till where that variable is valid or till where you can use it, and the default values. So currently we don't have anything, so it's like this. So let's create a simple sequence. So what we want to do is inside this sequence is take a value from the user. So we'll take an input box. So this is an input dialog. We'll drop it here. So here whatever you write will be shown in the input dialog box. So we'll write something here, and this must be quoted, so keep in mind. So the text must be quoted. Please enter input. Your input will be displayed, right? So as you can see here, there's an output of this. So what this means is whatever that input we are taking is the output coming from this particular input dialog box. So whatever goes out of this, the result of this is the output. So here it wants you to create a variable or where you want to store it. So here you can do two ways. Either you can click here and right click on the expression here and create a variable, or you can put Ctrl+K, so it will automatically create a variable for you. So we'll set the variable as text, just give it a name, text output, and just enter it, and then okay. So if you see here now, it shows you it's a text output, and the value it has taken here inside the variable, you can see it's a generic value. So as we just discussed, generic values can be variables, strings, or anything. You can change this. We want it to be a string, so you can see Boolean, string, arrays, and you can browse various types of, there's these many types of variables available for you to use. So feel free to explore, but for our purpose now, we just need a string. So we'll be putting a string here. See, the scope is the sequence is this. So if we had like another sequence below it, if we use the text as the variable down below, it won't actually give you the output values because it's the scope is not defined to that level. So, and you can put a default value here in an expression. Like if you want this to be a hard coded value, it's like, let's suppose I wanted the text, if I don't input anything, it should be hello world. So if we type it there, the default value of that variable, which is text here, is hello world. So we have taken input here, which is going as an output. What we want to do is we want to display it. So we'll use a message box. Don't worry, as we go along, the hands-on will get more intense and intense. So the text must be quoted here, but we have a string, so we can directly write a string. If you start typing, it'll show you that the text is the variable, so just enter it. So this is the third value. So if I save it and I run it, it should ask me for a value that I should input, and it should display that as the output, right? Let's run it. Your input will be displayed. Please enter the input. It's the top of the title, and here is your label. Your input will be displayed. So whatever you want to input, let's input Intellipaat is the best. See, the message box comes, Intellipaat is the best. So whatever the input I give is retrieved as the output. So what is basically happening is we are giving an input, and that input is a type string. So it stores all the input values inside this box named text, which is a string box, and then it uses that box to display the answer again. So that is how the variable is working here. Next, we'll look at an argument.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of RPA by answering this question. What does RPA stands for? A. Robotic Procedure Automation. B. Robotic Process Automation. C. Robot Process Automation. D. Robotic Practical Automation. Comment your answers in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session. Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides robotic process automation training for UiPath, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Now let's look at arguments. So if you remember, I gave an example where arguments are being used. So you basically use it to bring data from other workflows to your current workflow or something like that. So what we'll be doing here is we'll be making a simple sum example, and we'll be trying to get the argument values from the other workflow to this workflow. So let's begin. So I've already pulled down a sequence here. I wanted to show you this also. You can rename this. So we'll name this CALC for now. So why I did this, I'll explain in a second. So let's put an assign value. So what I want to do is assign the value of result. So we'll create a variable here. Our variable first one should be num1, which is the number 1. So if you see, the name of the scope changed here. So it's inside this sequence, which is called CALC now, or calc. That the variables or your arguments, whatever the scope that you define, it lies inside this particular sequence or this particular set. So as it goes deeper, you can put another sequence inside it, and if it's valid for calc, then it will be valid for all the things inside calc, but not anything outside of calc. So if calc was inside some other sequence, then these variables, that is num1 or text or whatever, will be valid only till calc, but not outside of calc. So that is what I wanted to show you. So we need two numbers first. So num1 and num2, both will be integers, which will be 32. We'll give it a default value. We'll give it 4 and 5 for now. So these are two integers which are taking values 4 and 5, and we want another variable which is our result, and this should be integer as well. So we basically want to assign result the value of num1 plus num2. So let's see if this is working for our variables. Just for now, we'll take a message box and we'll display the value as so another thing, so as it says that results must be quoted, right? So you cannot display an integer as it is. You cannot print the values of integers in a message box. So what you have to do is, because it's an integer, so you just put result, but you can display a string. So dot, you can see a set of values, and we can use toString here. Just enter this. So result dot toString converts results to a string, result variable to a string that you can display in your message box. So let's run it and see if it works for now. Then we'll move on to see how it works for an argument. So 5 plus 4, 9. Perfect. Let's come back. Now what we want to do is we want to move this calculation part, or which is the logic of our entire program. We want to move it to another workflow. So what we do is right click on it and extract as workflow. Click on that. So it will ask you to give a new workflow name. So we'll put this as calculation or something. We'll put as calculation for now. We'll create it. Now as soon as I hit create, the logic comes to this section, right? But what happens to our main section? The logic is gone. Now it is showing import arguments, open workflow, and then it's just putting out the arguments. And if you look here, we can still see our variables, but there is no arguments whatsoever. While if you see here, there is no such things as a variable, but there are 3 arguments. For our better understanding, let's change the name of these arguments and see how it works. So as you can see, there is a direction also there. There's an in direction for 2, that we are taking 2 in variable values inside here, and then we are changing it and sending out the result value, which has the out direction. So we just put these as cnum1 as it is from calculation. So cnum1, cnum2, and cresult. As you see, as I changed it here, the values also changed here. It becomes cresult, cnum1, and cnum2. Taking these values and assigning the values whatever. Let's go to our main. So what we have to do here is we need to create arguments in our main workflow, which has to be same as these, so that our workflow works. So we'll create an argument cnum1, which will be an integer. Then we'll create another one cnum2, which will again be an integer, and third one will be cresult. This will be out, and it has to be integer 32, and the value here we need to put this should be num1. Sorry, not here. So in import arguments here, we need to create, see, voila, the answer here is the message is 9. So what we basically had to do, let's recap. So what we did was we created a workflow, then we extracted a workflow here, then we changed the name of the arguments in here. So what we had to do from here is we needed to create same arguments in here. So we created those arguments here, and using import arguments right here, you have to provide the values of the variable that we had initially, which is num1, num2, and the result. And that is how the workflow works. It goes from here to here, then it calculates here, and it gives the output here back, and it changes result to string. So I guess we are a little bit more clear on variables and arguments. So let's talk about imports panel. So the first slide here says VB.NET namespaces in UiPath Studio represents containers that store different types of data. They enable you to easily define the scopes of your expressions, variables, and arguments. Let's imagine you are planning to use many expressions from a specific namespace, for example, system.text.regular expressions. So once you import it, this will be the part of the implied when using the expression. This is the equivalent of using the top of a C hash file. So what does this mean? So I'll start off by answering with a simple example. Like suppose you're using a library. So if you have prior experience in coding with C, so many of you would have seen we include like hashtag, include stdio.in or using namespace std or something like that. We include something. So what basically happens is UiPath is a tool. This tool is worked based on a lot of libraries. It uses a lot of different libraries. So whenever it is using a certain library functions, like a library functions can be is like if you have like let's say Microsoft Excel. So you have a set of defined features for Excel. So when you are using Excel, you need to mention a file or a header or something like that to reference that you are using Excel and all the functionalities of Excel. So the program needs to know what all functionality that it is going to use. So imports panel basically keeps a track of all the libraries or functionalities that you are using in a current file. So basically it gives you the set of the things that you are using. So imports panel is majorly for UiPath's reference. You don't have to use anything. As soon as you drag and drop it, it mostly includes all of them. It just shows you the list of things that you are using. So if let's say certain things are sometimes not working, like your Excel file and whatever, so you can just try to import it in the panel and it should work. So all imported namespaces are displayed in the imports panel. Note some of the namespaces are automatically imported when you browse for a .NET type variable and or an argument. As I said, like if you are using an Excel and if you drag and drop Excel, it automatically includes it. You don't particularly have to go and import it for yourself, but there are certain different kinds of namespace values which you have to import, but that is currently out of the scope of our knowledge for now. So just understand, like if you want to use something, then you need to reference a library of it so that the UiPath understands which all functionalities to use so that it is able to perform the actions. I want to show you it on the UiPath Studio. So here it is. Here is the imports panel. When you click here, for our purpose here, we can see Microsoft.Visual Basic. So it is using Visual Basics, Visual Basic activities, system expressions, all of this, IO, drawing, diagnostics, Minute Mail, all of these are pre-recorded. UiPath Core and UiPath Core activities. So it is including all of those imported namespaces. So all of these functionalities are present on the go if you want to run. And if you import more things, it will import more namespaces and you can just make use of it. So you can select more namespaces from here. If you click here, you can see the different, you can say domains from where you can import the namespaces. So there is a CSV helper if you want. There's enclosed XML, Excel attributes. There's a lot of things for XML and for different libraries. These are all different libraries, PowerShell commands, Visual Basic commands, and then there is, if you see, Bouncy Castle, system activities, system IO. So you don't have to know all of this per se. We are telling you this because it's there, so you should have an idea of what it is and what's the basic use of it. So let's now get into the fun stuff. We'll be talking about the different activities from now on to the end of this module. So the first one on our hand is UI automation activities. Now, the flow of the module from now on would be like, first we'll discuss the different activities that are there, see what these activities do. Then we'll look at a basic hands-on. Then I can tell you a simple activity that you can try it for yourself. And most importantly, please try out all the activities and problems and project works that is given to you. So these will help you gain hands-on. So you can learn about the tool theoretically, but in my experience, the best way to go about it is to try on different things. If you think of something and you think about you can automate this, then just try it out. So we'll look at the few activities under the UI automation activities. We'll then see a hands-on on it, see how to do it, and then we'll proceed. So okay, so under UiPath activities pane, you will find UI automation activities. These has various commands under it and which has another sub commands under it. So the basic outline is the browser, the element, the image, OCR, which stands for optical character recognition, text, and window. Let's see the different commands under it. So under browser section, you can find all sorts of commands which are required to do commands related to browser. These are pretty straightforward, as you can tell. Attach browser, close tab, go back, go forward, go home, insert JS, which is when you want to insert JavaScript. So these are pretty straightforward. We'll attach a browser. It will allow you to attach a browser and perform actions to it. Close tab will close your tab. Go back will go back to the site, or you can go forward to the next site where you came from. Next one is not even the next one. There are more under the browser. So you have open browser, refresh browser, set web attribute. So you can specify your web attributes and then you can set it according to your desire. Also in some of these, we'll not be mentioning all of it, but as we go towards the hands-on, I'll show you inside the studio what are the different elements that are present. So under elements, there are various subdomains which contains various commands. So these contain of attributes which enable you to perform activities related to specific attribute of a UI element. Then there is control, which provides you control over various UI elements like highlight. You can highlight text, you can select items and stuff like that. Then there is event. It's basically like a listener. So if when there is a change in UI or some event is there, then it allows you to perform action. So basically it's a listener, kind of a trigger kind of thing. It will listen to your activities. Like if there is a change in UI, like certain image pops up or certain key is pressed, so it will allow you to trigger actions accordingly. Then there is find. So as the name suggests, it allows you to search for various elements. Then there is keyboard, which gives you a control over various keyboard activities like typing secure text, passing the hotkeys. Hotkeys can be Alt, Win, or a control of keys like Win plus X or something like that. And finally, mouse gives you control over various mouse activities. Pretty straightforward. You can hover, you can click, you can double click, stuff like that. Then talking about image, under image, it again gives you 4 subdomains. And there are various tasks related to it. There's an event which allows you to perform various actions when an image appears or vanishes. Then there is file. This subdomain allows you to load an image from the disk that you have from your own PC. If you have some image you want to load, you can use the file element. Then there is find. This subdomain allows you to find an image or check the UI, the current UI that you have, for existence of an image. The next is mouse, which allows you to search an image and click it or hover on it, double click it, something like that. Then OCR, which stands for optical character recognition. Now basically what it means is, let's suppose you have an image, right? So when you are reading something like for a computer, when you're reading text, so if it's in a text format like in a notepad or in a Word, then it can easily read it because it's in the text format. But what if you have an image and that image has some words written in it like hello Intellipaat or something like that? How do you get that? So optical character recognition allows you to extract text from those images or from places which do not have text in text format, or they are in PDF or image or something like that. You can extract text from there using OCR. So under engine, you can find various engines of OCR. You can choose whatever you like to extract the string information. Various engines, as in there are different methods used by different companies which they have developed to to optically recognize the characters. So basically it's from Google and Microsoft and stuff like that. So you can use whichever engine that you feel like using to extract the image, extract information from the image. And then there is find, which checks if the text is present in the given UI. So if say you want to check if a particular string or a word is present in that image or in that UI element, you can use find to find if that text exists or not. And then there is mouse events, which allows you to hover or click over a text after finding it with the OCR technology. And finally, screen scraping. It searches the screen for the presence of certain text. So it can extract information and give you the position of the text as well. The next one is text. So you can use screen scraping to find certain text and you can extract the text as well. Then there is find. Find is used for finding the text, presence of a text in a given UI, and screen scraping is used for extracting information from the entire screen or to a point. And then mouse again allows you to click or hover or find text in the UI element. The difference, it's basically the same, both OCR and text, not basically the same, but the functionality is the same. You're looking for certain text and you're performing actions related to a text. But in OCR, the text is not present in the text format. It is in some other format, like an image or something like that. And in text, it is in text format. So this one is much easier. With UCR, you need a lot of engines and computing power. Then finally, there is window. This contains various commands which allows you to interact with various windows that are open. So the commands under it is pretty straightforward. Attach a window, you can close a window, get a window, hide a window, maximize a window, or move a window, restore a window, show a window, something like that. It's pretty straightforward. These are not generally of much use, but you can use it in certain scenarios. So let's look at a hands-on, then we'll get a more better understanding of what it is. So now let's perform a very simple action using the UI automation activities that we saw just now. So what we'll try to do is we'll open a browser, we'll open a website, and we'll look for a word and we'll try to hover our mouse over it. So for that, what we'll be using, so let's look at the UI automation activities first. So it looks something like this here. So this is closed. As you click on UI automation, you see the browser, element, image, OCR, text, and window. As you open this, you will see the different activities inside of it. Same as goes for here, and you have different control and attribute values. You can use a lot of these. If you ever feel like you don't know a certain activity or you forgot about what it is, you can just hover over it and it will tell you exactly what it does. So it retrieves the value of a specific attribute of a UI element. So get attribute and get position and take screenshot, whatever. And if you want to search for any activities and you don't know what it is under, you can just search it over here. So what we'll be doing is first we'll attach a browser, or we can open a browser if there is one. We'll open the browser. Yeah. Insert URL here. Text must be coded. So let's open, let's say google.com. Then we'll use another activity inside here. Let's say we'll try opening OCR. So under OCR, I told you there are different kinds of windows. You can say Google Cloud Vision is there. There is Abby OCR, Abby Cloud OCR, Microsoft OCR, Azure Tesseract, and you can use find if the text exists. You can do mouse activities related to it. So let's do a mouse activity. So we'll hover over the OCR text. So we'll just drag and drop it here. As you can see, there are the different properties are here which you want to see. So the text that must be you are looking for. Let's look for Google itself on the Google website. So basically what we are expecting here is for the browser to open google.com and then find wherever Google is written on the entire screen and then just hover over it. Okay. I think this is correct. Yeah, there is no errors here. So if you have those exclamation marks that were here just a second ago, it means there is some error in your entire program. So you need to debug it basically. So if you can see these properties right here also. Instead of typing here, we could have typed here where it is the URL, and we have to open a new session. Oh yeah, and you can choose the browser type. So we'll not be using IE. We'll use Chrome for this purpose now. And here under hover OCR text, as I've written Google, you could have written it here as well. These are the properties window. So if I run it, then let's see what happens. I've clicked run now. So this is our page opening. Now it should go to the Google search. See, it went to Google and the program stopped. So basically what happened was this web page was opened by our UiPath Studio, and then the robot was looking for a Google using its OCR technology, that is the optical character recognition. It found it here and it hovered the mouse here as we defined it to do. So again, a very simple activity of how you can use the UI automation activities. You can experiment with a lot of these. You can do a lot of different text. You can do full screen scraping to extract full text. Just try it by yourself, open a web browser, try to extract texts from here and there, or you can use OCR to find text or image. You can send hotkeys, or you can use to type into, let's suppose you wanted to type something into the web page. Then instead of doing all this, just delete it here. Let's delete it here, and we'll send a type into activity. So whatever you wanted to type, just type let's search for Intellipaat. Okay, so what should happen is we need to indicate the element on the browser where you want to type. So just here we'll indicate that we want to type in here. Just click here. Now it will automatically search for it and do it. So what should happen now is our tool should open the web browser and then search what Intellipaat, or not search, just type into there the Intellipaat. Let's see if that works. We've opened it and see, that's how it works. Simple as that. Now let's come to the most important point of this entire life, that is, what is RPA life cycle. So if many of you have been involved with computer science, you'd know that any company that is related to IT, they have this software development life cycle, which they call SDLC, software development life cycle, right? So there are various methods in terms of software development life cycles. Also, people realize that it's easier to have like a set of processes, like we'll do this and then this and then this. This provides this process, this provides this clarity in terms of where you are in the project, right? Similarly, RPA is also based on those particular life cycles. Many companies use their own kind of infrastructure with respect to this life cycle. It is not a rigid life cycle per se, but most of them follow this, let's say, generalized version that we are presenting to you today, where they follow these steps for developing their environments, right? So it is basically how a company achieves automation through RPA, and what are the various stages where they decide what they want to do. If you look at this picture here, you can see there are 4 major phases in terms of an RPA life cycle. You have the analysis phase, you have the development phase, you have the testing phase, and you have deployment and maintenance phase. Now, these are basically the 4 phases in terms of the RPA life cycle. Now, what does these phases mean, right? So, if you talk about it, when you start with the analysis, any company, whenever you provide them with a problem, let's say we'll take the example, right? So we'll be doing in the next section, we'll be doing a small demo. That demo is based on invoice processing. So the first and foremost thing the company has to identify is what is the problem. So the RPA lifecycle begins with this analysis phase, where the business team, which is responsible for getting you the business and who are looking at the end user side of things, and the RPA strategists as well as architects, they work together to identify what is the problem and how RPA can solve it, which tool is the best for this solution, what all steps should be involved. So this is, in this phase, you basically identify your problem, what is the problem and how do you go about solving it, how do you involve RPA, and what are the different stages that you want, or various features that you want to present at the end of the day. So after that, what you have done is you have created this plan. So this phase is basically identifying the problem, identifying the solution, and coming up with a plan where how you're going to go about your execution. So that is the first phase in any RPA lifecycle or any software development lifecycle as well. The first and foremost thing that you need to do is you need to identify the problem and how do you go about solving it. Then what you do next is you have come up with a plan. Okay, this is what we are going to do. This is the problem and this is how we're going to go about it. So we need to create this, and you go about making this prototype kind of thing where you have small things working here and there. So the next phase that involves people is the RPA dev team. Now, the business strategist as well as the RPA strategist and architect have designed how we are going to solve the problem. Now, it's a task of the RPA developer team to start working on the development of these bots, which is our second step. The development of the bots is the second step. In this step, you basically are working on the requirement on the environment which will solve your problem. Now, that environment can be automation anywhere, or UiPath, Blue Prism, and whatever else is involved with respect to your problem that is presented to you. So you start working on developing these bots and you start working on various kinds of things which will solve the problem, right? You start to implement the solution that you planned in the first step. So in the second step, you basically implement the process which you thought about in the first side. So you analyze the problem in the first one, then you start about how do you gonna implement it. Once you have started implementing that, what you do is you start doing testing. Now that is the third step in it. So depending on the kind of automation developed and the organization, the bot is either tested by the development team itself or by a separate testing team, which is similar to a regular software testing. Because even in software, when in IT industry works, sometimes they go for peer reviews. In peer reviews, people just go through your scripts, see how your program looks like, if there is any problem, if they think there is, they go about testing it. Or you can have a dedicated testing team itself who will try your particular solution on various different use cases and see if there is any discrepancy, and they'll report it back to you, so that if there is any error with respect to the software, that can be changed, right? In the testing phase, you basically try out whatever the solution that you have implemented on various different end cases, on various different environments, and you see if your solution is consistent at all points of time. If that is the case, what you do is now you have come up with a solution which is created and tested. So you go about deployment and maintenance. So after the development and the testing closure,
A bot is ready for deployment and it enters the maintenance phase. Whenever a change comes in the process, script, or the bot is updated, or a new use case is implemented, or some problem that you missed through your analysis phase and did not implement in your development phase, and because it wasn't in the plan, it was never tested, right? So you add that, and then same bot is redeployed, and this process keeps on going. So you create this process and you didn't reiterate. It is similar to any Android software having an update, right? You create a software, then you test it, you deploy it, you keep on working on it, and then you come up with new features, you come up with some bug fixes here and there, and then you implement the version 2.0, version 2.3, and stuff like that, right? So that is how basically an RPA life cycle works. You think about the problem, you come up with the plan to solve the problem, you actually implement your solution, then you test if the implemented solution works perfectly. If that is the case, you go about maintenance and the complete changes with respect to the tool itself, right? So that is the maintenance phase. So you maintain whatever the developed thing that you have. So that is the basic stages in the RPA life cycle, right? So moving further, now let's talk about the demo. So the problem that we are going to solve today is of the invoice processing, right? So I am a company that goes through, let's say, n number of invoices a day. Now, what I want to do is I want to extract the customer details and store it in an Excel sheet. Now, there is a small problem which is there. So how do you go about solving it with the RPA lifecycle stages? So the first thing that you do is you see what kind of invoices that you get. So let me show you the invoice real quickly. So if this is how my invoice looks like, right? So I see that my whatever the details I need to extract is from here, right? These are the details I want to extract, and I want to get the names, I want to get the location, I want to get the phone number of the particular person who has placed the order. Now this is the step one. I have identified the problem. Okay, this is my entire invoice which is open in PDF reader. So I need something where I can go about reading the PDF, and I have to extract these details and I have to put it somewhere and just move it to the Excel sheet. So that is how I do in my analysis phase. I identify the various steps that I have to follow. So the first step would be downloading the invoice, opening the invoice, coming to the invoice and extracting details, and from here I have to put it in an Excel sheet and I save it, right? So that is the first phase. The second phase which comes is solving the problem. So I have created this logic here. Here it basically opens the files, and then you go about extracting the details. As you can see, it is extracting the name and stuff like that. And then in the final stages, here I am writing in the Excel sheet. Right cell is an Excel activity. So this is how the visual designer looks like, right? So you can see in this how the visual designer looks like. So this is the data scraping. This is one box, right? This is the one entire box. If I select it, you can see one entire box. Inside of this data scraping, all of these activities are taking place. So I'm writing an Excel sheet while I'm extracting the data and I'm posting it. So this is how it looks like. So the next stage after I have created these things is to go about testing it. Now for testing, I have to first check if my Excel sheet is empty. So let me real quickly open the Excel sheet for you. So you can see the Excel sheet is initially empty, right? Excel sheet is initially empty. Now what I want to do is I want to test my particular module. So I have kept two invoices in here for testing. Now I want to extract the data in these two invoices, right? So what I do is I've created this logic out of here. And now what I want to do next is I want to check if my file is working properly. So I go about hitting this particular run button, and you can just run it. Now it will start doing the process. Now it is opened my file and it is extracted. I'm hoping it has extracted the data, and now it is done for the other file. So my process is completed. Now it's time to see if the end result is as we expected it to be. So we're going to check that real quickly. So we're going here, and this is the test invoice which we had. Let's open this document and see if we have extracted the data properly. As you can see, from both of the invoices, the name, the location, and the phone number was stored properly. So I know that through this testing that my particular environment is working properly. Now you try different kinds of invoices and you check that if it's working for all of your end products. If that is the case, you go about deploying this project. And once you do that, you are clear to go, and you can go in the deployment and maintenance section, and you can, let's say if tomorrow there a requirement comes where in this invoice I need to extract the invoice number as well. So that is a new feature that we'll have to implement. So we'll go through the same phases again, right? But this time we'll be maintaining the bots which we had, right? We created this logic and we'll be editing this logic in some sense that it works. So that is how you basically go about doing an RPA project.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of RPA by answering this question. What is RPA primarily used for? A. Automating business process. B. Automating BPO process. C. Automating banking process. D. None of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
And talk about the famous RPA tools. So I told you RPA is a technology, and this technology can be performed by various different tools, similar to like the programming is a technology, and you can have Java, C++, and other programming languages to perform similar tasks, right? Similarly, in RPA, you have various tools, and there are a lot of different vendors in the market, but we are choosing three right now, and these three are outstanding tools for you to start with. So one of them being UiPath, and I will show you UiPath in this session as well. So in this session, we'll go through UiPath a little bit, and we'll show you some automation through UiPath. Other than that, we have Automation Anywhere, and we have Blue Prism. Now, once I present these options to you to learn in terms of RPA, you would be questioning me as to which tool should I start with. In my personal opinion, UiPath or Automation Anywhere is the way to go. It being a very simple fact, Blue Prism is an outstanding tool. All of these tools are very outstanding, very reliable, very scalable, and they have an equal amount of demand in the industry. So you in terms of that, you don't have a problem where you start with. Why I recommend UiPath and Automation Anywhere is the simple fact that you have some kind of a community additions for these two, where you can learn these tools for free. So you can download it and you can get started with a trial or something, and you can learn these things for free. Whereas Blue Prism is a 100% paid tool. You'd have to pay beforehand and then start working with it. So let's say someone who is starting right now and do not know what UiPath is, and if Automation Anywhere or UiPath or RPA is the field for you, what you can do is you can try out UiPath and Automation Anywhere and see if this is something you want to work with in the future, right? So since it is very user friendly and everything, it's very easy to learn these things. And since it is free, I'd always recommend going for the free tools first and finding out if that is something that interests you. If that is the case, then you can go ahead and learn Blue Prism. There's not a problem. But as a starting point, I would recommend UiPath or Automation Anywhere. Now let's talk about some RPA use cases. Right. So far we have discussed a lot about RPA. Now let's talk about how industries are using RPA. So the first example that comes to my head is form processing. Right. So I've told you like the data entry and everything which is out there. So we have a lot of let's say if you are a company, you have a lot of invoices coming. And what you have to do is you have to pick out valuable information from these invoices and do some data entry. Let me show you on direct UI path as to how these things work. So let me show you. Let me open this test that I created. So I have two invoices here, right? So I downloaded two invoices. So problem with this is, let's say if I have an invoice right here, right? So I have the name, I have a location, I have the phone number, and I have some different descriptions. So I have a lot of different information in here. Now what companies want generally is they want to have these informations extracted and pasted in some kind of an Excel form. Right? Similarly, I have pasted two information in here. I have two different kinds of invoices in here, where I have different name and phone numbers in here for the customer's information. Right? So what you can do is, what I want is generally is data manual entry people. What they will do, they will open this information. They will look at, okay, the name is this and the phone number is this. They will take this information and then they'll, let's say, open this Excel sheet right here. And in this Excel sheet, what they'll do is they will basically put the different information in here. Whatever the information is, they put this information in here and then just save it. Right? So what they want is the name and the phone number and everything to be here in this Excel sheet. Now you can do this manually, right? You can do this manually, or you can use RPA. So this is what the RPA is, right? This is what the UI path looks like. This is what the UI path looks like. So I've pre-created this this particular program for you so that it's we can do these things much more faster. So let me close this invoice real quickly and tell you what this program does. So in this program here, we are assigning a file array we are creating, and in this file array, I am getting the directory name where this information of the files is stored. Basically, I want to find out where these two invoices are, right? So I have taken that information, I have assigned an X and a Y, that I'll tell you the reason for this later on. So what I'm doing is, in the item file array, so I have an array of files. An array is somewhere, it's a kind of a list where you store the information, right? So I have a list where all of the, whatever files I put in this particular directory, if there was like invoice 3, invoice 4, invoice 5, whatever it is there, I take all of the items for each file or each item in the file array. So all the items in that list, what I do is I take all of that. Then what I do is I open that. I open this particular invoice. I open this invoice, so that the start process is for that. Then I look for, let's say I open that. What I want from here is I want to extract some valuable information in form of, let's say, the name. I want the name, and what I want is write a cell. So what I'm doing is I'm extracting some information, the name, the location, what is the phone number is. I'm extracting that information in here. Then I'm writing that to an Excel sheet. So a write cell is used to type that in an Excel sheet. Now what I do is, in this, if you notice, this is where you will be typing into the sheet, right? So this is the sheet information, like the sheet 1 is the information of the Excel sheet where you want to put, right? So in this we are using test, right? We work test XLS. So this is the text XLS. In here, what I want to do is I want to start with sheet 1. So this is the sheet 1 right here. This is the sheet 1. I could have sheet 2, sheet 3, whichever sheet I want to put. And in that sheet, which column or which row you want to put. So I put A and then X. Now my X has been assigned a value of 1 and my Y has been assigned a value of 0. So why I do that is for a very simple fact that once I have this information, let's say for the first invoice, I will be writing that information in the first row and the first column, right? So I will write the information in here, right? So I will write the information for the first one in here. The next information that I want to type is I want to type in the second sheet. What I will do is I will basically assign that to y is equal to y plus 1. Basically, if it was 1, now it will become 1 plus 1, which is 2. The next time I go to this iteration again, so since it is a for each loop, it will keep on rotating inside of this particular loop again and again and again. So every time I go into this loop at the top, 1 will become 2, 2 will become 3, 3 will become 4. So every time depending on the number of invoices I have, if I run it, the information will be there. So let's see how this works. So I've created this particular file and my Excel is right here. So I will close my Excel sheet and let's see what this particular program can do, right? So let's quickly click on run. Let's see what happens. So my program is running right now. It has opened the PDF sheet. It has closed the PDF sheet. It has opened the other PDF sheet, as you can see. It's taking the information, it has closed it. Now my program says that it's done. So that if that is true, in that scenario, if I open test right now, I should be able to see some information in there, which is with respect to the invoices I have. So let me open this and let me open my invoices also so that it's clear of what just happened. So I've taken the information, which is the Prakhar, Delhi and the phone number from this Excel sheet right here. All these three information and I have pasted it here, and all of that using my RPA. And if you see the invoice second, it should also have the following information, which was Hemant, Gurgaon and these numbers. So I've pasted that information also in here. So that is what basically, and it took, how many seconds did it take? It probably took 1 or 2 seconds. That is the power of RPA, what you can do. You can do this invoice processing in one click of a button. So that is the power of RPA. So let's come back to our presentation and let's move along. You just saw how the form processing works, right? So I had an invoice and I picked out the valuable information, which is the name, address and phone number, and I pasted that to an Excel sheet. So this is an example of form processing or data entry. You can have a lot of different things. Like you can see if the name is, you can validate the name, you can validate the Aadhaar card, you can do a lot of different things with it, right? It's just a simple example of what you can do. The next example of an RPA in action would be, let's say if I wanted to have some information from some website. Let's take a scenario of a stock industry, right? So there's a lot of people working with stock, and with the rise of the new web series, which is the scam of 1992, there was stock market trading, right? So in there, if you had seen that all of the investment bankers who are working in there and all of the bankers which are working, they have to be very much involved and have to have the information of how stocks are going, if they're going up, if they're going down, and based on that, they have to make a lot of different choices, a lot of different decisions, right? Similarly, so what you want to do is you basically want to go to the website which takes the stock information, pick out the valuable information from there. So what is the stock value, the highest stock value, and then based on that you can do some manipulations with respect to that data. So let's say the stock is rising, you can send an email to your customer saying this stock has just risen. So maybe you want to, and it looks like it will be growing for some time, and based on that you can make this selection, or you can have some reports being generated over some time. Okay, this was how the stock was going for some time, and based on that you can take this information. Now most of you would be asking, how can UiPath do that? Can it take the information? So let me show you another example so that these things become much more clear. So let's we go to Google Finance, right? Now if we go to stock market prices, and in here if I search for TSLA, which is Tesla, right here. So you can see this information right here, it tells you how the stock was. Now the program that I have created, it was done a while earlier, right? So it was done a little while earlier. Let me close the invoice one and move to the other program. Let me open the example. I think it was test, if I'm not wrong. So let me, meanwhile that it opens up in the main workflow. So when I created that particular information, at that point of time, you can see I created this program on 27th October. At that point of time, you can see the stock information was 420. If a 420.28 minus 37 something in the USD. So whatever the information was, this is with respect to at that point of time. Now, at the current point of time, you can see the information as it says, the information is 555.38. So this is the information. So let's say if I wanted to run this program every single day and find out what are the information with respect to these stocks, and then based on that you can have some report or some kind of decision making process, right? So what you can do is you can create an RPA program which will automatically open Google Finance. It will automatically search for this. It will come to this page and it will extract this particular information and give you the result. So that is the web scraping capability of RPA, that you can go to a particular website and get the relevant information back, and then you can have that information in some Excel sheet, or you can send some email based on that. You can perform different activities based on that, and you can maybe plot a graph like this. Let's see if my program can do it, right? Let's see if my program can bring back this particular information. So let's try. So it will initialize an Microsoft Edge page, and you can see it opened the website automatically, and it returned the information with respect to what this was automatically. So that is another example of what RPA can do. So let me guide you through the program and how it was built. So the example this in here is very simple. It opens a browser. It goes to the particular website, the Google Finance page. In there, it goes to the particular web page, and it tries to extract the information which is in here. So you can use web scraping, which is another information. You can use the web scraping information to extract the information, and from there what I wanted was to, in the message box, I wanted to print variable 1. So whatever the information I was getting out of this, I stored it in a variable and I pasted that variable to get the information out there. So whatever the program was built, I got the information out and put it in a variable form. So this is a very simple program that you can create in RPA, and this was done using this tool. So you can use this web recording. If I use that, what you have to do is just use this copy text, and you can copy any of these elements. You can copy this information, you can bring it back to your UI path, and you can use that information to perform various different actions. So that is the power of UI path. So you can see this, you can do a lot of different things with your UI path itself. Let me close this. So you can, these are the various different applications that you can do inside of UI path. You can see a lot of different activities are in here for your mails, for your computer vision, for your orchestrator, for your programming, for your system activities, core statements and open close processes, dialog, environment, PowerShell, PB script, UI automation, which has browser code element, OCR, which is optical character recognition. So we can use optical character recognition also to read PDF. So while I was reading PDF, I used OCR engine in there, and you can have SAP and different technologies that you can automate. So RPA can do all of these things for you and for your industry. So let's talk about other applications of RPA in the industry. So far we have seen 2 examples of RPA being used in the industry and how it can bring out the information and store it for you. So let's move further. So some more use cases of where RPA can be used in the industry is customer email query processing. So as you can see, there was another separate action set for email. So you can read the subject of the email, and based on that you can decide which team that particular query should go to. And you can automate that entire process, that the customer gets an automated email response. Okay, we will be connecting you with this trainer on this particular day, and you can send out the email to your particular representative. Like, this was the customer's query for you, and you can resolve it. And then based on that, you can entirely automate the process. Let's say there can be some predefined information as well. So let's say if your customer has some kind of an FAQ which you generally face, and you can design an automation task which can recognize, okay, if the customer is asking this particular thing, we already know how to solve it, and I send that automated response real quickly, and then we are done. Let's say if there is a forgot password kind of thing,
you can have an RPA program created which will automatically send those email informations and get them to change their password. You can do that as well. You can do client profile update. You can take all of the information from the customer, let's say the phone name, phone number, everything, and then you can open the Excel sheet or whatever the website is. You can go in there and you can just design it to change that information and update the information in there. Customer order processing, we just saw an example of invoice processing. It is very similar to that. You can process the order and you can send the notification as to where their order is in the particular life cycle of the project. And then there is insurance claims processing, so you can have that done as well. You can have call center operations where if you want to, let's say, change your information, press 1, then you can have like an automated program which opens up, takes the information from the customers, let's say the phone or number or their new address or something they have to take, and you can automate processes based on that. So you can create all of these things with the help of RPA. This is very easy to use. So those were some simple examples of RPA being used in the industry.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides robotic process automation training for UiPath, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
So, which brings us to the top 3 tools of RPA, which is UiPath, Blue Prism, and Automation Anywhere. Now, we'll look at these tools one by one, gain some info on all of these tools, and then we'll move on to comparing these tools. So, let's start with Automation Anywhere. Now, Automation Anywhere was originally founded by Tethys Solutions in San Jose. The company rebranded itself as Automation Anywhere Incorporated in 2010. Automation Anywhere is a tool which can automate end-to-end business operations for many companies, and it is generally suited for medium to large enterprises. It is a web-based management system which uses a control room to run the automated tasks, which basically means is you design it at one place and use the control room to run your automated tasks. So now let's look at the next tool on our hand, which is UiPath. So UiPath was originally founded in 2005 by Romanian entrepreneurs Daniel Dines and Marius Tursa. This is a very flexible tool which uses your existing infrastructure and processes to automate your tasks. The most interesting thing about UiPath is its visual designer. It is basically somewhere where you design your processes, and it has this intuitive drag and drop feature which helps you easily design the processes as well as debug it. So the next tool is Blue Prism. Now, Blue Prism was founded in 2001 with a motivation to develop a technology that could be used to improve the efficiency as well as effectiveness of organizations. It is built on Microsoft .NET framework, as we discussed that many RPA tools have this feature that they are built on the .NET framework. Blue Prism has many robust features like load balancing, encryption, audit, and many others. There are a lot of features, and this is a very, very reliable tool which works very well. So let's now compare UiPath, Automation Anywhere, and Blue Prism on various parameters. Now first, let's look at the different parameters on our hand. So the parameters are whether or not it has a community version, whether or not it has an evaluation version. Third is the types of robots that it gives you to work with. Fourth is if it has a macro recorder or not. Fifth is accessibility. Sixth is a process designer. Seventh is the pricing. And eighth is prerequisites. And finally, we check them on the differences of their market trends right now. So let's begin. Community version. So community version is basically a free version which is available to the community out there for the individuals to learn and work with so that they understand the tool better. Now, Automation Anywhere does provide you with a community version, and so does UiPath. But Blue Prism does not provide you with any community version, so you need to pay from the get-go if you want to learn Blue Prism. Now let's talk about the evaluation version. So basically, evaluation version is kind of like an enterprise edition, a trial version to the enterprise edition, where you can see the different features that the enterprise edition has. So Automation Anywhere does give you a 45-day trial of their enterprise edition, whereas UiPath gives you a 30-day trial. But as we mentioned before, Blue Prism, you have to pay from the get-go. There is no trial version whatsoever. Even if you want to learn the tool, you need to pay to learn. Now let's compare them on the different types of robots that they offer. So Automation Anywhere as well as UiPath both offers you front-end as well as back-office robots which will help you automate both sides of the tasks. That is the front-office tasks and the back-office tasks. Whereas Blue Prism only offers back-office automation. The next criteria is the macro recorders. Now macro recorders is basically a recorder which a tool provides you where it records you doing the actions and then it makes a logic out of itself. You don't have to make set of sequential actions. The tool will do it for you based on the way you work on your system. So it records your movements and then makes a logic out of it. So let's see which tools gives you this opportunity to use the macro recorders and make your life easy. So Automation Anywhere offers you a recorder which is very well working. and so does UiPath. Both of these tools provide you with a macro recorder, which will record your actions and create a logic out of it, so you don't have to work very hard when it comes to making the logic. Whereas Blue Prism does not offer any kind of macro recorder, so you need to build your own logic. Next is the accessibility. Now what accessibility basically refers is from where you can run your tasks. So Automation Anywhere is application based. You need to run it from your applications. With UiPath, you can use your mobile as well as your web browsers to access your orchestrator, which is basically a central platform from where you can run your automated tasks. You can also schedule and deploy robots from there. Blue Prism again is an application based platform. So if you want to run your automations, you need to be next to your applications. Now let's talk about the process designer. So a process designer is basically a kind of like a studio or a canvas where you design your tasks that you want to run. I was telling you, right, that we need to have a set of sequential actions. This is where you design your set of sequential actions. So Automation Anywhere gives you a script-based designer, which is basically it will have line by line showing you what the actions are and how the commands are going. Whereas UiPath and Blue Prism both provide you with a visual process designer. Now, visual process designer has its own advantages because it shows you where the control is flowing from where to where, which tasks come next. The basic advantage of using this is that your designing process is completely changed. What happens is you are now working faster because you can see what is happening, and the debugging processes is extremely easy when it comes to visual designer because you can directly see from the above where you might be going wrong. Whereas in script, you have to go line by line to check like where did you go wrong. So the process designer wise, I'd say UiPath and Blue Prism have the advantage. Now pricing. Now we look at the different pricing models after you have got licensing. So with Automation Anywhere, it's per bot. With UiPath, it's per application. And with Blue Prism, again, it's per bot. Now prerequisites. Now when we speak about prerequisites, we basically mean is the knowledge that you already need to have before you start learning the tool. So you need to have some knowledge before working with something. So if you require so which tool requires what kind of knowledge before you start working with it? So let's start with Automation Anywhere. So the Automation Anywhere requires beginner level programming skills. Now, all you need to know is basic programming fundamentals and you are good to go with Automation Anywhere. Whereas with UiPath, all you need is a basic visual skills. As I told you, it has a visual designer which lets you see where the control is flowing from where. So a little to no programming language skills or programming knowledge is good enough for UiPath. You don't need any kind of prerequisites. It's very easy to use. All you have to do is drag and drop, and the visual designer makes it very easy to use UiPath. Talking about Blue Prism, you need moderate to medium level of programming skills as it requires you to know basic programming concepts like typecasting and stuff like that. So when it comes to the ease of a user moving from a non-programming background, UiPath is the easiest, followed by Automation Anywhere and then Blue Prism because of the coding knowledge that you need to have or the programming knowledge that you need to have. Now let's talk about the market trends. What I mean by market trends is which tools are having more searches, what people are searching now, what people are working with right now, where are more jobs and other things related to the market. So the market trend right now, as you can see from the graph, is clear. So the Automation Anywhere is the blue line, UiPath is the red line, and Blue Prism is the yellow line. So as you can see, the yellow line is above all of the rest. This is because most of the companies prefer to have Blue Prism because of its extreme level of scalability that it gives. It gives you a very good level of scalability and it's a very trustworthy tool when it comes to performing on a large scale. Whereas Automation Anywhere and UiPath are just reaching it there. But if you are a smaller side organization, I would prefer you'd want to work with UiPath or Automation Anywhere because it is less costlier and you have a trial version to work with to understand. So if you're an individual, you prefer UiPath. If you're a small organization, you prefer Automation Anywhere. If you move on and you are a big enterprise, then Blue Prism is the way to go in my opinion. So what do we conclude from this? So as we mentioned before, we'll be trying to figure out which tool is the best for you. So if you are an individual and you are just trying to learn about RPA, then I'd say UiPath is the way to go. It's very easy to learn. If you do not have any coding background, go for UiPath. It's extremely easy to learn. And it has a lot of applications, a lot of good features. It's good to go. If you are a medium to a big organization or an enterprise, then I would recommend you to use Automation Anywhere because it has a lot of functionality and good scalability as compared to UiPath in my opinion. And basically it's better for medium to large scale organizations because of the features it has. And if you are a large organization, then definitely go for Blue Prism because it has good scalable features which work very well and it's a very trustworthy tool. And the reason behind these also contain the fact of the pricing. So UiPath is extremely free. If you are an individual, you can work with it as much as you want. And so you can work with automation anywhere as well with the presence of community edition. But if you are not an individual, you are a large scale organization and you can pay, then go for Blue Prism. It's a very good tool. In conclusion, just it depends on your personal preference, what you want. All of these tools are absolutely amazing. All of these tools are market leaders. Everybody in the world is using right now. So you can go with any of these and you'll be good to go. Just it depends on the personal preference on things or the features that you want, which edges one tool over the other. Overall, all the tools are extremely good.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of RPA by answering this question. What is RPA primarily used for? A. Automating business process. B. Automating BPO process. C. Automating banking process. D. None of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Now let's talk about how you can install UiPath on your system. So let me help you with setting up UiPath on your system. So here are the steps which you can follow to basically install the UiPath software. So the first thing that you have to do is basically go to this link, that is uipath.com/developers and /community edition download. Once you go to that link, you'll basically see a page like this, right? Now all you have to do is fill up a form. So you have to fill the first name, the last name, the email address, and all these fields. Once you fill all these fields, just click on request community edition and that will set you up, right? That will just basically send you a mail on your email address. So once you click on request community edition, it will lead you to this page, which basically will say thank you for your request. And now you will receive a mail with the installation steps that you can use to install your RPA software. Now guys, once you receive the mail will look something like this. All you have to do is click on download the UiPath Community Edition and this will start your download for the UiPath software. Once the software is successfully downloaded, we'll just click on the file and let me show what the steps follow after that. Alright, so once the file has been downloaded, just click on the file and it would open this screen, right? Now this is the installation screen, guys. Let it be here for like a minute or 2 minutes. Once the installation is done, you will get one more screen where you'll be asked to enter the email address. So let's wait for that screen. Alright, so once that installation is complete, you will see this screen. Just click on Activate Community Edition and enter the same email address which you entered while registering for the product, right? So I registered using this email ID. So let me just put in that email ID. And once done, just click on Activate. This will activate your product. And now you can successfully use UiPath on your system. So guys, this is how the UiPath Studio basically looks like. I'll get into more details. Let us just come back to our slides. All right. So guys, to summarize what all we did, we went to this link, we filled out the form which was mentioned on the web page. We received an email with all the information and the download link. We clicked on that and then we installed UiPath Studio. We got a screen in the end where we clicked on Start Community Edition Trial and then we entered the email address with which we registered on the web page. All right. Once that is done, your UiPath will be all set up and ready for you to use. Moving forward, now let's talk about our first program in using the RPA technology on the UiPath Studio. So let us switch back to our UiPath Studio, which looks something like this. Awesome. The first thing that I have to do is I will click on process. So when you click on process, just name your process something. Let's name it as Hello World. All right. And now your project is getting ready. So UiPath is downloading any dependency which might be required for your project. And once this is done, you will reach the main page where you can start creating your project. All right, so let's wait for this to end and then we should start with our project. Awesome guys, so this is your main screen. So the first thing that you would do is create a process. All right, so there is an activity called sequence. So just click on activities and click on search activities and click on the search bar and just drag and drop the sequence activity over here. So basically the sequence or activity specifies all your processes. So like I said, you have to design a sequence of steps that are going to basically create your project, or is basically going to solve that problem at hand, which which the problem that basically you want to solve using RPA. All right, for simplicity's sakes, let's do a very simple program first. So what I want to do is I want RPA to basically send me a message box which says hello world. Let's see how this works out. So we'll type in hello world and that's it, right? And now let's run this automation. All I have to do is click on sequence and click on the run button. The moment I click on the run button, you will see that the UiPath Studio will minimize and your automation will start executing. And this is what I get. I get a hello world message box. The moment I click OK, the automation would end and I would reach the UiPath Studio. So this is basically how you get started with UiPath. Now let's create a little more complex problem. Now let me show you how to do anything in your computer. For example, say I want to click on the start button. How would I be able to do that? So all you have to do is in activities, just search for an activity called click, right? Just drag this activity over here. Now it says indicate on screen. Just click on the indicate on screen button. And now you would have to select where you want to click exactly on the screen, right? So let me select that. So since I do not have anything over here, what I can do is I can also start delay, right? So if I click on F2, I'll get a 3 seconds buffer time. So what I'll do, I'll exit this presentation screen and I reach over here. Now I want to click on the start button. So the way I can do that is go here. And as you can see, a small box will appear on the start button and I'll just click over here. Now, as you can see in the UiPath Studio, it recognizes, okay, so here it has to click on the button. And all I'll do right now is click on sequence and click on run. And you can see that my process will automatically click on the start button. Now, this is just one step, right? Now you can do a sequence of steps as well to really understand the power of UiPath Studio. For example, say I want to go to Intellipaat.com website. I want to search for a course called RPA. Go inside that search page and then click on the RPA course, right? So let us do this manually first to see what all we'll have to do. So first, my program should open Intellipaat.com. Once the website is open, it should click on the search bar, type in RPA and then click on search. Once my program will click on search, I will get this page which will have the course, and all I have to do is click on the course and that will basically open the details of the course. So this is what I want to do using my RPA program. So let's see how we can do that. So first we'll have to search for an activity called open browser. So I'll search in open browser. I'll drag and drop it over here. And what I want to do is I want to go to www.intellipaat.com. Okay, so by default the browser that it will open is Internet Explorer. So let me choose Chrome over here and let's see what happens, right? So let us first execute only this part and see how it goes. So I click on run and it opens a website for Intellipaat. Awesome, guys. So this is what I wanted. Now let's go ahead and do the next step, which is basically searching for RPA in the search box, right? Now guys, a catch over here, when you're using Chrome, you basically have to install an extension for Chrome, which would basically be for UiPath, right? So if you want to go to a particular address, that would work. But the moment you want to, get some, say I want to click on the search bar, so it has to recognize the search bar in the browser. For that, you need to install an extension in Chrome. right? I'm not going to go over how to install that extension. What I'm going to simply do is choose IE over here. So with Internet Explorer, you do not need any extension. All you do is you select IE and you just click on run. And now you'll be able to see that your Internet Explorer will open and it will have the Intellipaat website opening automatically. Okay, so this is the Intellipaat.com website and it opened on the IE Explorer and the automation exited, right? So our next step now is to basically search for a program, right? So I'll have to search for an activity which would basically type in this particular search box. So what I would do, I would search for an activity called type, and here I find type into, right? Just drag and drop it over here and now indicate element inside browser. Just click on this and click on the search bar. So this is where you want to type. And what do you want to type? You want to type RPA. That's it, right? So let's see if this automation gets executed successfully. So I'll just click on run and now the web page opens and the RPA is typed automatically over here. Awesome. Now the next step is to click on search. So what I'll do is I'll search for an activity called click, drag and drop it over here, and now indicate the element inside the browser, which is this search button. Click over here and now it knows how to click on the search button, right? Just let's close all the browsers which are open and now let's try to run this program again. So if I click on run, so basically it opens an IE browser, clicks on RPA, clicks on the search button and then exits, right? And as you can see, it has searched, now reached the RPA page. Awesome. Next step is I have to click on the RPA course. So again, I will drag and drop a click event and now I will choose the RPA course to click on. Awesome. So this is also done. And this is as easy as it took only 2 minutes for us to create this kind of an automation. Had you been creating this automation in probably an automation coding tool like Selenium or Python, it would have taken around 15 or 20 lines of code for you to do that. And obviously over here, you did not require any programming experience. It was as simple as just dragging and dropping some elements and getting your automation being able to run, right? Now, one thing that you might have noticed is that it ends pretty quickly the moment it does everything, right? So what you can also do is we can delay the automation to end by specifying a timer over here. So probably I want the automation to run for 3 more seconds after it does everything. Okay, so I've entered a delay for 3 seconds and now let's see how it works. So I'll just click on the sequence, click on run, and now let's see how it goes. So it went to Intellipaat.com, searched for RPA, clicked on the search bar, clicked on the course, waiting for 3 seconds, and then exited the automation. Awesome. So this is what we wanted. And this is your first program in RPA, guys. I want you to practice it, right? Get a hang of all the tools of or all the elements which are there in UiPath.
So here UiPath orchestrator dashboard. So as of now, it is robot, jobs, process, assets, queues, and schedules. These all are 0 because right now we don't have any process published to orchestrator. So how to connect orchestrator with UiPath Studio? Now we have to make sure that UiPath Studio can communicate with the orchestrator. So how it communicate and how we can and what we can configure to make it a connection between the UiPath Studio and orchestrator. So the first step is the robots. You have to go to first robot here. Here you need to create your own robot. So here right now it is in blank, and from the plus button, the add button, you have to click on and the standard robot. There's a 2 robot like floating robots and the standard robot. So as of now, you have to select on the standard robot only. I'm going to click on the standard robot. Here it is asking me a machine name, user domain, username, password, and type. So here, for the machine name, you have to enter your machine name. So how you get your machine name? You can go to your C drive, properties, and here is my robot name. Top 5411. So you need to copy your computer name in the machine and going to paste this, and it is searching for. Here it will show you the provision machine. Yes, you need to select this one. Now in the name, you can write any name of your robo. Let's say suppose your robo name is robo123. Domain name or the username. So username of your system when you log in. So the same username you have to write here. So for me it is what dev. Password of your Windows password. Now you're able to see here type. In the type it is development, attended, unattended and non-production. So this is nothing but a license type. So as of now, when you open the orchestrator URL, so this is only for the demonstration purpose. So UiPath has only provided for the development license only. So only 2 development license, that means only robo you can create. And if you able to see this attended, unattended, so at these license we don't get this license in the demo version. So attended is nothing but when you have the attended license, that means the human intervention will require to run your bot. That means your bot is going to be run in your machine only. Unattended, that means your bot is going to be deployed to some other machine, and from that machine you can run. So as of now, we are having the development license, so I am going to select this development only and then click on create. It's creating now. So here you're able to see this robo123, machine name this, username, type is development, and major thing is here still it is disconnected mode. That means still the orchestrator need to be connected to the UiPath Studio. So the next step to connect your orchestrator is you have to go to the machine first. It's loading now.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides robotic process automation training for UiPath, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
So here, the robo, the same machine name, it appears in the machine automatically because we already created this, our machine name here. It's the same machine name. Once you create, it automatically pop-ups in machine tab. And now it is showing me install version unknown because it is not connected to the UiPath Studio. That's why it is not able to get the current version installed in the current version of the UiPath which is installed here in your machine. Now select this, click on this add button, standard machine. Okay, now you have to go to this view option. Here it is created a machine key. If you able to see here robots, it automatically creates your machine key. That means it is unique to your robo and unique to your machine only. In this case, it is giving me a password kind of thing. So we have to copy this password or machine key and associate this password to the UiPath Studio. So how to associate this machine key to UiPath Studio? So if you go to the start menu and you will be able to find the UiPath robot, the UiPath robo. So this is nothing but a robo. Once you install your UiPath Studio, you will get a one UiPath robo in your machine by default. So it is the main agent who is responsible for transferring the data from the UiPath Studio to the orchestrator. So it is a mediator between your UiPath Studio and orchestrator. If I click on the UiPath Robo here, actually it is showing me connected because I was already connected this one before. So okay, so now go to the settings one here, settings, and you need to give now it is asking for the orchestrator URL. So here I'm going to copy this URL, orchestrator URL, and machine. Oh, I'm so sorry for machine. Okay, fine. Copy. Now I'm going to paste this. Now let's try to connect this. So it is showing me an error message. The given header was not found. That means you have to only write the URL up to .com, not machine. So let me remove this. And let me connect again. Now it is connected, right? And the status here, you are able to see this connected and licensed, right? Let me close this one. Here, the status becomes green here. You will see this green, and the username is also the green. That means this username is active now, and status is available. Now my orchestrator is connected to the UiPath Studio here, and if you see the robo, UiPath robo here, if you click on this and in the down, you're able to see here the connected one. Now this robo now ready to communicate orchestrator like UI means like UiPath Studio, whatever the code you are developing in the UiPath Studio. Once you publish your code, it automatically will go to this orchestrator. So, and from the orchestrator, you can schedule your bot. If you're able to see here the schedules. So right now I don't have any package here. So I need to publish my package to list down here. So now the status, so this is the two-step, first for the robots and second is the machine. So once you able to connect this, you can easily publish your task and you can schedule your task. So this is the steps. So let me try to publish one task and I'll show you what exactly the package is and how it create the package, right? So let me go for the UiPath Studio and I'll do some operation here, something little operation, small operation. I'll just message box. I'm going to save this and how to publish your whole code to the orchestrator. So here you're able to see here the publish button. Once you click on the publish, it is asking for orchestrator. So, and the new version, it automatically creates a version, incremental version. If you, in the second time, if you change, if you update any code in your UiPath Studio, and if you try to publish this, it automatically creates a new version here. Right. So let me publish this. It is publishing now package. So here the project published successfully and the version is this and the name of the process is blank process. Let me click on the OK button here and let's check in our orchestrator. So I'm going to refresh my browser. Now in the process, you have to click on the process. Right now, no data shown found. So in this case, you need to add this and now the package name. And this is the drop down. Once you select the drop down here, you will get your package here. This is the package whatever you have published on that. So I just selected on this package and my package version is automatically pops up. And it is showing, it is also asking me, and it's a mandatory thing, environment. You have to create an environment. So what exactly the environment is? So in the programming world or in RPA, so there could be 3 or 4 staging environment. Like first stage is your development environment. Second stage is your testing environment. Third stage would be your UI environment, and fourth stage would be your production environment. So this is the common terminology. Once you go to any RPA domain or in the programming, So these are the common staging environment. So we have to create our environment. Let's say suppose we are currently in our development environment. So we need to first create our environment and then associate our package to that particular environment. In this case, I need to create an environment here. So let me go for creating the environment. So there was some because in earlier version there is separately they have a tab for the environment. So might be they have changed something. So okay, fine. So let's go to the process here. Now click on the add button. Now you have to select your package name. Version is loading. So version is loaded here. Now I need to create here my development environment DEV. So no data found here. Just a second. Because this, like this orchestrator is common to everyone. It's the public domain. So a lot of people are working on this domain, in the same domain. So in the robot section, if you go to the robots and there's an environments here, you have to click on that particular environment to create the environment and then click on the add button. Now I'm going to create my environment as a dev environment. You can write the description. You need to create the dev environment. I have to select this, update one. Now my environment has been created. Similarly, you can create your test environment. So let me go for to the process. Now I need to associate my package to that particular environment. This version. Now it is showing me dev and test. So let me select this dev environment and create this. Now my process named as blank process, which is associated with my dev environment. In the same way, if you go to the schedule here, you can simply schedule your bot. So, and here the schedule, name of the schedule, like suppose giving description schedule, process you need to schedule. I have a process and automatically it is associated with the dev, the blank process underscore dev. You have to select this one, and the time zone is, it is asking, like why it is asking for the time zone, because maybe your bot is going to deploy to some other countries. Suppose they have some different time zone. So as per the different time zone, your scheduled time will be different, right? So that's why it is asking me a time zone here. So let's say suppose my bot is supposed to deploy in some time zone, which is something like, let's select the West Central Africa. Now similarly, like in your mobile also, you can schedule your alarm and all the things like calendars, everything. Similarly, we can schedule this. So this is the minute, hourly basis you can schedule, daily basis you can schedule, right? If you want to select this 1 minute, so if once you schedule this 1 minute, I'm going to create this. So it is going to be scheduled. So in the few seconds, I just in the next second run would be in the few seconds. So after 1 minute, it automatically starts running. My bot is automatically starts running. So let's wait for the 1 minute. So this is overview for the orchestrator, how it works and why basically the orchestrator is required. Because basically like orchestrator is only, see this bot is already executed and the message appears, right? Hello. So this kind of thing, like in the orchestrator, this is very high level thing. And very first stage is connection, and sometimes it's a bit tricky, and many people have queried that we are not able to connect the orchestrator with UiPath Studio. So if you follow these particular steps, definitely you can connect, and you can at least upload your packages and schedule your bot. So this is the steps, and the jobs assets and queue. This is again the very important and very interesting section in the orchestrator.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of RPA by answering this question. What does RPA stands for? A. Robotic Procedure Automation. B. Robotic Process Automation. C. Robot Process Automation. D. Robotic Practical Automation. Comment your answers in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
I'll quickly explain, and later on, like we'll go into, and also one more thing. You can also create your own environment in Amazon Web Services, like so you can create your own infrastructure in Amazon, and in AWS server you can schedule your bot and deploy your bot to AWS server. So it is absolutely free for a 1 year subscription. It's totally free for the 1 year. So assets is very important part in the robotics, because assets is nothing but, let's say suppose you are going to log in your Gmail account, and which is having some username and password. So in this case, the username is okay, but password is sensitive data. So for the sensitive data, how you pass your sensitive data in your code? The one way is you can write in your text file and then read the text file, your password, and then insert into the UiPath Studio. But it is highly unsecure. In this case, anyone can take your password. So the second case is you can store your password in database and then connect your database and get the password from your database and apply in the UiPath Studio code. Again, it is not recommended because you are storing your password in database. And there is n number of ways how to get your set your password, but the secure one is the assets. So all the secure thing you can write down. You can simply type in assets. So I'll give you example here. This is the name and type and value. So name of your assets, that means let's say suppose username, right? And the type of your data type in username would be definitely in the text type, right? And value is let's say Ravi. This is the value. This is the username. So here you're able to see this username and the value here. This is my value. Now I need to create a password here. So in credential, if you select the credential, it automatically asks for the two things, username and password, and you need to create a separate username, right? Username 123, password 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. So okay, so here the password is automatically created here, and in the secure manner. So later on, how to consume this name, value, this parameters, right? From the UiPath Studio, we have an assets. If you go to the UiPath, here the assets is, if you type the assets, and here you are able to see this get assets. So this is nothing but a method. You can simply drag and drop, and you can here the get assets. If you select, it is showing me an error because the argument is not supplied in the get assets. So here we need to supply the argument as the assets name. So for the assets name, we have, suppose this username is my assets, right? The name of the assets is the username, and I want the value Ravi Raj, right? So I need to give here the assets as in the string. Sorry, username. Yeah, here is the username. Username is something like ML casing here. Username, and the output would be going to be stored in the variable. So you need to create some variable here. Suppose X is my variable. So once I'll try to get the value here in the message box, X. Now again, in the message box is always going to be a string. So I need to convert this to toString. Now let me, delete this one. I'm going to save this. Let me execute this. And the one recommendation for you, once you start developing in your UiPath Studio, like first you have to debug your code with by clicking on the debug, right? Rather than just running on this, because you are not able, if any errors comes in, you are not able to trace what exactly wrong in. So let me try to debug here. Datasets is executing if in the right set, so the usernames pop up, right? So similarly, in your code, you can securely access your key value pair, that is name and value pair, with the help of the assets. So it is highly recommended to use this. So one more thing I want to discuss here, you can configure your values. Once I saying that configuration of your value, that means, let's say suppose here, I'm going to give a message box and writing something here. This is nothing but a hard code thing, right? I'm writing some value which is hard coded in my code, and it is highly not recommended, because in programming, in robotics, while you are developing the code, every variable should be dynamic, like should be dynamically stored in configuration file or assets. The reason behind, suppose you need to change some value parameters, so in this case you have to go to your code, explicitly change your code. So it is not recommended to change the code change the value inside the code. You have to simply go to the assets, or you have to simply go to the configuration file, and you can simply change your variables over there instead of going to the code. Because like if your process is huge and there would be multiple modules in the process, so in that particular modules, and suppose you are using the same variable, same values in the multiple modules, so in that scenario you have to go to the multiple modules and change explicitly from the code level. So it is highly not recommended. So instead of this, we can change in this one single point in the configuration file or in the assets. I'll show you the configuration file also, which is provided by the UiPath itself. Like you can easily use that particular configuration file, and you can easily make your code dynamic. So let me delete this one because it is always popping. You can easily disable or remove it. I'll show you the configuration file, and once you go to the start menu here, you will see here the robotics enterprise framework. So every code which governs via this RE framework, the short form is RE framework. UiPath is always recommended to use the RE framework, but it is up to you. You can utilize this RE framework, or you can make your own custom framework. So I'll give you what exactly in the RE framework here. Once you click on the RE framework, it automatically creates bot or XAML file here, Robotics Enterprise Framework. I change my drive to D drive UiPath. Now let me create this. Do you want to save my file? Yes, it's creating. So RE framework is nothing but a template. So that particular templates you can utilize in your code, in your project. So it is recommended by the UiPath. So this is nothing but a template, like RE framework template. So the first stage, what exactly? So this is like your entry point of your project. Once you let's say suppose you are developing your code, how to start your code, how to start your development. What would the first stage, right? So the first stage would be like, suppose before once your bot starts working actual work, so you need to clean your environment. That means if any applications is already open, any instance, any notepads and etc., you need to first close everything, because we don't want to, like, let's say suppose if any applications is open, right, and your bot is running, so maybe it could be like like bot can fail because of that unwanted applications is already open in that. So you need to first close or kill your all the application to make the clear path for the bot, right? And the second thing is you need to initialize your configuration values. So I'll show you what exactly the configuration values, which is very much similar to your assets, name value pairing. So once I say the name value pairing, that means the name would be the username, value is your username values. Similarly, like password and the password value. Let's say, for example, if you want to open a Google website, so in that case, like URL is equal to www.google.com. This www.google.com would be the value, and the URL is your name. So this is nothing but a name value pairing. So in the initialization stage, it will pair all the name and name values pairing, and it will return an object. And that particular object you can utilize in your whole process. I'll give you a small demo so that you can easily understand what exactly I am talking about. So once you go through in the initialize stage here, I'm going to click on this. So the stage here it is system error is nothing. That means it is allocating the system error equal to null, or system error is now initializing the blank initial stage, right? Second stage is if first run, now this is the read configuration file, reading the configuration file, right? So let me show the configuration file. Okay, fine. The UiPath and the RE framework, right? Here. In the data folder, if you go, this is a config file. Here, they have categorized settings, constants, and assets, right? So settings, constant, and assets here. So if you're able to see, this is like, like the predefined variables. You can change, you can modify as per your process. So, so this is the initial configuration file where you can map your name and value. Similarly, in the assets, you have seen that name and value, right? So let me try this one. Suppose if I want to open Google, so in this case, I need to write simply URL or anything, like name could be anything, and the value would be. Similarly, you can configure your all the values here. So the advantage is once you want to change, if suppose I develop my code process, it is google.com, someday like the Google has changed their URL or something like that. So in this case, you can simply update your URL in the configuration file, and you need not go through inside your code and update all the values from the UiPath Studio, right? You can simply change your code value here, and that's it. So this is the biggest advantage of using the configuration file. So before this, I just want to show a demo. The demo would be like the simple demo, trying to open a website, any website like Flipkart or Amazon, and that particular URL would be going to be reside in the configuration file, not in my code. So for this, so in the initialization state, it maps all the name value pairing, and it will return an object. If you go to the arguments here, so here in the arguments, you are able to see this out config equal to this. That means this configuration is my object. This is the data dictionary. So data dictionary, the concept of the data dictionary is mapping the name value pairing. So that means, let's say suppose in my configuration file, name and value here, name is 1, value is 2, 3, likewise, right? So in this case, what exactly the UiPath Studio will do with the help of this configuration file, it will pair your name and value and store in one box, or you can say store in one object. So let's suppose this is a box or object. As a layman term, I'm using the box, right? Inside the box, you will get this name and value pairing, right? So that means in that particular object, And the output would be the object. This is the output is configuration, config out. This is my output, right? And further in your code, you can utilize this by using this config my box. It's nothing but a my box or object config, and then you can pass the parameter which is name. That means here the name is 1, right? The double string name, 2 string. So you will get an output. Let's say suppose I'm getting I'll get the value in the output x, and you will get x equal to 2. So in your whole process you can use this config, and you can simply write this config name is 3 and 2 string. You will get store in some other variables. So answer would be 4, y equal to 4. So I'm going to create an object and which contains all the name value pair, and then it will return an object, and that particular object, that is nothing but a config, and we can utilize this config in our entire process. So quickly I'll show you the demo and how to create an object. So this is an initialization stage.xaml file here, right? And inside the framework. So I just utilize this. I just copy this initialize all settings.xaml file. Just remember this. You can simply copy this, and let me go to my main task. Let me create one task here. Go to the process and just demo RE framework. Initialize all settings.xaml file. So you have to go to the first the sequence. I'm going to now for the invoke work file. So let me select on this, and where was the XML file, which is on, okay, here it is the framework. Inside this is initialize all settings, right? We need to call this one. So let me copy this and initialize all settings. I'm selecting this initialize all settings. Okay. So in the import arguments, what exactly? So here, if you're able to see, it is asking for the input configuration file. I'm going to initialize. I'm going to make an object. I'm going to make a box which contains a name value pair. So for this, I'm going to call the initialize all settings. For initializing all settings, what would the parameters which is required? It requires where is the file? Where is the configuration file? So because like with the help of that particular configuration file, we have to create the object. So we need to give the configuration file location, right? So it is asking for configuration file location. So my configuration file location is inside the data, and this is the configuration config dot. Here I have given the config file, and it is asking me the config sheet name, right? So there, if you remember, there was 3 sheet here: settings, constant, and assets. So let me give the settings and constant variable. So there will be like constant not constant setting. In settings we are going to point. It means in whatever the values in the settings sheet, it will map all the values in the settings, and output is my like config. It will going to give the config. Config has been created. So I'll give the path location of the configuration file. I'll given the sheet name of the configuration file. Now I'll going to get this configuration return object, right? Because this is the out, right? So that means out, that means this initialization, all settings will give an output which is named as config. So this is my final output, and in the further we have to utilize this config. So now once I run this bot, it creates an object that is config. Now we have to utilize that particular config. So for this, like I just want to open a URL. So for open, if you want to open any web browser, so we have an activities which is known as open browser. You need to simply drag and drop here, open browser. Automatically asks insert the URL here. So if you go for the hard code, you will simply go to you can simply write here www.google.com, right? We are going to utilize our configuration. So in this case, I need to enter in the settings sheet, I need to enter here the URL, the name, and the value would be www.google.com. So this is my name. We need to like remember this name. We need to copy this, because like we have to pass the name. So it is a case sensitive, like if you write something, this is the URL, and you are writing some in the smaller case URL or URL 1 or 2, 3, whatever the thing, like in that case you will not get the value, because this is like it is going to search with this particular URL name. So let me copy this, save this. Okay, so now my configuration file is now having the URL here, and for getting the value configuration file and how to get the value, this is nothing but a config file, automatic config. This is my output box or object which is having the key value pairing, and I'll pass it's simple to pass, like in the double quote. I need to copy this URL and to string. So it will go to the initialization stage. It will pair all the things, key value pairing, and I'll get the object as a config, right? Change this. And then I'll going to utilize this. So let me execute this, and I'll going to execute in the debug mode. So in the debug mode, on the right side, you will observe that demo frameworks executed, initializing. See here, the config file somehow, like I have given the parameter config, but I don't know why it is not, it has not saved that particular config. So let me again save this config here. Close, save this again. I need to check in the import. So config is there, right? So this is what the debugging steps, like like the easiest way. So here you are able to see this. The message box successfully prompts me with www.google.com, and try to, now I'm going to okay, and it is going to launch in browser, right? That is www.google.com, right? So before starting any development, you just simply go to the configuration file. You can configure your name and value pair and start from this. How to read email message and download email attachment. This would be the first topic, and the second would be the flow chart. With the help of flow chart, and what's the difference between the sequence and flow chart. I'll show you an example how to log in, how to capture the web elements, capturing web element, and basic of flowchart, and what's the difference between flowchart and sequence, and capturing, or you can say the recording of web application. So first of all, like this is like email thing is very important, and it is everywhere the email utility is going to be used. So I'll show you first thing, like how to read an email and how to download the attachment. So what would be the prerequisite for this? If you think, if you want to read some email from your Outlook, there will be some specific subject line that we need to pass, because like if I want to read every email, it's not the feasible thing, because you have some certain amount of email you want to read, and the second thing is that you have to filter with some subject line, some specific subject line, and that email matches with the specific subject line, then we have to download the attachments of this. So this is the basic workflow that I want to show you and want to demonstrate this. First part, we open UiPath. Let me create one more sequence here. So as of now, I'm showing all the things in the sequence, and later on I'll show in the flowchart. And basic difference, why sequence and why not flowchart, and why flowchart, why not sequence. So there is some basic difference between the sequence and flowchart. Sequence is nothing but, as the name suggests, if you want to do some operation sequentially, let's say suppose you are opening a web browser, you are logging to the web browser, you are clicking somewhere in some button in the web browser, and then you are going to log out your browser. So these are the sequence things. Sequentially you can perform this, but it is not mandatory you should always use a sequence. So basically the flow chart is, if suppose if you need some calculation, some logical decision, let's say for example you want to log in your web page. Once you log in, the main home page is loading, right? Suppose it is loading. So in this case, how your bot get to know that your web page has been completely loaded? So in this case, you can identify from your home browser. So in the home browser, there will be some element, some button or something. You can wait for that element to appear. Once it appears in the home page, then your bot get to know, okay, the page has been loaded properly. So in this, we have to take some decision to check the elements are appearing or not. So in this case, you have to do some retry option, retry mechanism. Retry mechanism is nothing but like you have to give the retry, let's say suppose 10 times, it will retry to the 10 times and watch whether the element is appear or not. So this is something like operation, some logical operation. So in this logical operation, you can perform flowchart, even though you can also perform the logical operation in sequence also. But like if you perform complex logical thing in the sequence itself, then there would be some code would not going to be readable, right? So it's for the maintenance purpose, and the costing and all the things are going to be high if you deal with the huge large process and with the complex logical thing and you implement it in the single sequences. So like it's not recommended to use the logical thing in the sequence. It's not recommended, but you can perform this operation with the help of sequence also. But the better option is the flowchart. If you want to take some decision, if you want to take some logical operation, then you can perform the flowchart. So, and also inside the sequence, you can also create a flowchart also, and inside the flowchart, you can create sequence also, vice versa. So later on, like I'll go with the flowchart. Let me complete this email read operation with the help of the sequence.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of RPA by answering this question. What is RPA primarily used for? A. Automating business process. B. Automating BPO process. C. Automating banking process. D. None of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So I'm going to create one sequence and I'm going to create a new process over there. And one more thing, in RPA or like the people are talking about the reusable component. So what exactly the reusable component is? So reusable component is nothing but like if you got a project, right? So in that project, first of all, the developers will find the opportunity of the reusable component. So once they got the opportunity of reusable component, they develop the reusable component, and later on in the development part, they can hand over the reusable component and anyone can use that particular reusable component. For example, in email, if you want to read email, right, and download the attachment, so this is the common process, right? So this common process is going to be reusable component. Why it is reusable component? Because like if you are doing some project and I am also doing some other project, in our project, in the both project, the common thing is read email and download attach. It's not feasible that you are also going to develop the same code. So better is like one person can develop a reusable component and anyone can use that particular component. So this is the very common concept everywhere, the reusable concept or library, you can say. In .NET, if you see the DLL file, in Java, it is a jar file. So these are all the reusable components thing. Similarly, we can develop our reusable component in UiPath 2. And also there is one more thing, like there is a custom reusable component. So let's say suppose if you are dealing with UiPath activities, there's a lot of activities in the UiPath. Let's say suppose there is some scenario in which scenario you are not able to perform particular operation with the help of UiPath inbuilt activities. So in this case, you have to take support from .NET. So they have in .NET, like you can develop your code, right, and publish and create your package. Even though like this is the advanced thing, and later on I'll definitely show you how to create a package and how to write a code in .NET also, if you do some certain amount of operation. So after publishing the package, you can import that package in the UiPath, and that automatically become the activities. This RC, that is a reusable component, read email. So once you publish the package, and you can import that package into the UiPath, and once you import the UiPath, that package become activities. Same activities like the inbuilt activities in the UiPath. Similar activities you can develop your own. Like this is nothing but known as custom reusable component, you can say. So either two way we can develop the reusable component. First is with the help of this XAML file. XAML file is nothing but a code in what we are doing here, what I am going to develop the reusable component. And the second thing is your custom package, right? If you go here, see here the manage package. Once you click on the manage package, so these are the packages. This is the inbuilt packages. This package is been published by UiPath itself. And if you want to install some packages, nothing but the activities. If you want to install some extra activities, you can also perform that. Let's say suppose the UiPath system activity, there is the description over there. Once you install, you can easily use all the functionality of this. Similarly, if you want to create your own custom utility, and you can also import from here. I'll also show this. This is something advanced topic. So let me go for the activities, and we'll try to develop a reusable component of email. So I have Outlook email installed in my machine. So for creating a code, I'm going to create a sequence.
Yeah, so the reusable component must be in .NET environment. Can we not use in Java?
No, we can use Java also, Python also, but only we can create our package, nugget package in .NET only. Because like this UiPath is built on .NET platform, so we can create our own package in .NET itself. But for the Java, we can write a code in the UiPath, and then we can invoke this. But we are not able to use the jar file and all the things in the UiPath.
Oh, you mean the activities? I mean, just like a lab sequence or whatever flowchart we can create, and then we can reuse. Okay.
So I'm developing this reusable component, and after developing this reusable component, I'll hand over to you, and you have to call that. So let me first create read email functionality. Here I am creating the sequence. I am just renaming here read email. It's the best practice to rename your sequence and all the things, right? So that like in the troubleshooting you are easily able to find the root cause and all the things. So here I have created one sequence, and inside the sequence there's one activities in the Outlook which is known as get Outlook mail message. So this is the get Outlook mail message. So this get Outlook mail message will get your all messages, email into the output file, output object. I'll show you how to configure the get Outlook mail. Here in the right side, in the property pane, if you see here, the timeout section. So default timeout is around 30. So it is 30 seconds, right? So what does it mean? You know, like once the get Outlook mail message invoked, it will contact to the Outlook server, so that it will get the email or download the email from the Outlook server. So the timeout section is, so like it will wait for 30 seconds. The Outlook, get Outlook message is unable to pick the data from your Outlook server within the 30 seconds, then it will give you error. So this is the maximum timeout section. Default timeout section is 30 seconds, even though we can write our own timeout section here, always in the milliseconds, right? So if I select this 5000, that means it is 50 seconds. So likewise, you can your own timeout section, or you can make it default. As of now, I'm making it default for 30 seconds. And the account name, so account name is nothing but the account which you configured. Even though like if you're not writing here the account name, let's say suppose account name is dot so mentioning your account name, it by default will pick your account. So as of now, I'm not giving anything in the account, so the default account is going to be, and the inbox is a mail folder, it is a default one. If you have some shared mailbox, then you can also write here the shared mailbox name. So as of now in the Outlook, it is a default name is inbox. So same default name inbox over there, the mail folder. Now private thing, what exactly the private thing is. So private is nothing but like, you know, like click on this, that means your all information is going to be logged into the database like SQL database. If the SQL database is integrated with your UiPath, then it automatically logs this activities information to this. So it is recommended, if your data is not secure, then you can log that information into the database. If it is secure, then you should not check this option. So, and this is the filter. So filter is nothing but like if you want to filter, if you want to get the email with the email receipt time, let's say suppose I want to get the email from date 12 December to 14 December, then only I'll get the email between this filter. In the filter, you can apply the filter if you have anything, and mark as read. That means once your data is downloaded, that means your message is downloaded, then you can make it read or unread. Like if I click on the read, that means like if your message is unread, it automatically read. So your bot will going to be read. So you can also select this option. This is up to you, like depend upon the projects, and only the unread message. So that means if I click on this, then definitely it will pick the email which is only unread. And this is the top 30. It will take the top 30 and you can change it to top 10 or top 50, anything. and whatever the message will going to be saved in this Outlook, you have to create the output here. Let's say suppose all message. I'm entering here, and in the variable you will see a list of mail message. That means it is a collection, right? Because there would be a lot of email, and that email is going to be stored in somewhere. Somewhere, that means it should not be in the variable. In variable, it is not possible, because if you have 50 email messages, then how you store the 50 message in the variable? So it is going to be saved in the collection, and I'll show you. So here I have given the get Outlook mail message, and in filter, this is again some small advanced topic. And once I perform this operation, I'll also show you how to apply the filter. There's some query part, and for that particular query part, I'll also share you how to write a query and all that. Because like query is something like that, it's a whole world, and there's a lot of possibilities in the query. So I'll also explain you how to write the query over there. And okay, so as of now, I have selected the mail folder inbox, only the 100 mail, right, and the top 50. So once I silently execute it, right, but it is stored in the all messages. Now we are going to loop it out and find out the email subject line. So matching email subject line. So let me go over there here. Now I perform the get Outlook mail message operation. Now for the for each loop, the control. Okay. So now for each item in my output all messages, right? So I have to write here all messages. Okay. Now I need to apply a filter or condition. You can say the subject line, which contains some matching subject line. So let's say suppose I want to fetch the data which having the subject line test. So here I'm going to give a if condition. And one more thing here, it's important to notice here, like in all message, once I click on this all message here in this box, there is a type argument. So always remember the type argument. You have to change the type of the argument. So here we are going to read a subject, right? Email subject. That means we need to change it and go to the browse and then just type the system.net mail, right? Now you have to select the mail message, because we are going to deal with the mail message. So there could be the one more thing like attachments. If you want to download attachments, you have to select this one. Otherwise, if you want to deal with the mail messages, then you have to select on this mail message, right? I'm going to click on the mail message over there. Now I have selected the mail message. Now in the if condition, I'm going to give the if condition the subject line which will contains the name of the subject. So in the if condition, I'll go for the item, the first item dot. Once you click on the dot, there is a lot of properties of the email, right? Because we have selected the object types system.net.mail.message in this part, right? So it will show me all the properties of your email. So in item, if you click, so attachments, BCC, body, everything. So we are going to select the subject. Subject dot contains, even though you can even implement the equal also, because and if you type equals, that means your subject line should be case sensitive. In contains, like, it's not important. Okay. Now here if you see the function string dot contains value as string as boolean. That means inside the parameter I have to give a string value and the return type would be the Boolean, because in the if condition we always need a Boolean, right? If it is true, then do this operation, otherwise if it is false, then. So this is the idle function, because we have to get the output as a Boolean. And here I'm going to give string name. So let's say suppose I'm not going to provide any hardcode thing, right? So let me create a variable in the argument section, because I'm going to develop this reusable code. Argument section, I'll provide input, naming of variable and all the things. UI, as per the UiPath standard coding guidelines, right? So if I want to give input, so I have to start from the in underscore and then camel casing subject line. So this is the camel case, and the argument type would be the string. Now, as of now, I'm going to give a default value here. Now, if try to pass a value to this, you have to remove this. As of now, I'm giving the default value here. Okay, and I need to select the input in underscore subject line. Let me copy this. Now it is okay. Now the subject line which match, if the subject line matches, then what to do? If subject line match, need attachment of that particular subject line, right? So if in the then condition, if it is true, then again I need to give a for loop to find out the attachments, right? So let me give the for loop here. Okay, fine. So in for loop, try to change this item as attachment. You can also change, right? This is up to you. You can write over there attachment. Now in attachment, how to do, like item dot this attachments. Here the attachment comes in. So now I'm going to iterate for the attachments only. So it will iterate for attachments of this subject line. Now I need to find out the extension of the attachment, because like the attachment could be XLS file or text file. I only need the attachment which is XLS file. So in this case, you have to again give the if condition. If condition, you can write there, if path is inbuilt function, path dot get extension of what? Attachment, like is this the attachment here? Let me copy this. Attachment dot name. Okay, let me check why it is not giving me item dot. Okay, path dot get extension attachment. Okay, so when I iterate with this for loop, once I click on this in the for loop here, if you see the type of argument is object, but we need to select system.net attachments, right? Because we are dealing with attachments, so that's why it is not giving the property of the attachment name, right? So let me change it from the browse for the types, right? And then system dot here we need to select attachments. Let me select on the attachments here, Now dot button, it will give, now it is showing me name, right? Name. So path dot get extension, extension, that means extension of the attachment, and the name of the attachment is equal to something like dot XLS. So now this is my input parameter. So I'm not going to give the hard code over there. I need to create argument in the input, like in attach format. Select the in. So once we found this attachment, email attachment, then we need to download, we need to save the attachments, right? So in that case, we have to save in some folder, location. We have to write some command like path exists. There is the inbuilt command. The path exists. That means in the folder, let's say suppose I am going to give a path, hardcode path. So path exists. That means if if this path is not exist, in that case, now the output of this path exist here. If you see here, exist. So I'm going to create a variable is path exist. Now it will give me a true or false result. If you see here in the variable, so it is a boolean. So if the path is not exist, in that case it will give you false, otherwise it will give you true, because we have to know whether the particular criteria is matching or not, right? So I'm giving the path exist or not. So now I'm going to give if condition. The if condition here, if path is exist, that means if is path exists, that means it will give you true or false. If it is true, then save the attachments. Save attachments here. All the everything, all the activities are there in the UI path. So path would be like this is the item, right? Then the attachment path location. So let me use this. So now again this is my input parameter, right? This is the path. So again I'm going to give an argument here, input attachment path location. Okay, so this is my input and I'm going to use a string. So here I'm going to replace this with path location, and the path location would be and writing here. Okay, fine. And the same thing, like the item is nothing but the item. This is the item, right? So item dot, so it will download the attachments, right? So where to download the attachments? Inside the attachment path location. Let's say suppose if path is not exist, in this case we are going to throw an exception, and the custom, that would be the custom exception, because we know why we are using the custom exception, because we know maybe the path could be changed, right? Maybe if you are mapped the shared drive and that particular shared drive is not available, there could be happen, right? There was situation can be happen. So in this case we have to throw the exception, right? If you click on the drag and drop the throw, and in this so like there could be the two exception. First is system exception and second is the business exception. For me this is the business exception because the path is not found, right? I'm going to create a business exception. So how to create the business exception? You can simply write the new and then business rule exception, write your exception path not found. Okay, so that means we need to encapsulate, because like if you are going to throw anything, you have to first encapsulate your whole code in the try catch. Without try catch, you're not able to throw anything. Okay, so I'm giving here the system exception I'm selecting. Now I just want to give a message box, or you can directly write a log, the exception logs, right? So here I'm just typing the exception dot message dot toString. So it will prompt me if any exception comes in. Okay, now let's go to the business rule exception. Okay, fine. So our code has been developed, and in the argument section, there could be the three input types: subject line, attachment format, and attachment path location. So now I just want to create a message, email message. Let me create here test attach file. If anything XLS, then I'll show you. Okay, fine. To send an email. Let me send. Okay, fine. Now I got here. Okay, so I'm going to change some configuration. Okay, fine. So here the configuration is marked as red. Successfully get the email, then it will mark as red, and only the unread mail and top 50. So let me try to execute, and let's observe what exactly the output will be. Okay, let me run this. Fine, it is unable to get the record, and the get outlook mail message unable to find the subject line, which is start with the input subject line. Okay, the test, let me check, let me analyze what exactly the wrong here. Input dot subject, okay, line, okay, fine. Okay, let me try some because like I just simply write here subject dot toString dot contains subject line. Fine. So let me try this again. Okay, let me check. Okay, so what's wrong here? Why it is not able to find the attachments? Okay, so let's investigate. If item dot subject contains subject line, okay, let me debug this. What exactly debug? Okay, in the debug output, let's analyze what exactly. Let me. Okay, so main executing sequence try catch. Okay, read email executing. So get outlook mail executed, for each executed, read email close. So everything is executed, but like it unable to find the subject line. So that's why it skipped. So okay, let me again change it to contains, and then let me do for the hard code. Let me try this. Okay, let me try one more thing here. The get outlook mail, let me give the account name. The specified folder does not exist.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of RPA by answering this question. What does RPA stands for? A. Robotic Procedure Automation. B. Robotic Process Automation. C. Robot Process Automation. D. Robotic Practical Automation. Comment your answers in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
See the message box over there, what we have written. I guess it is successfully, no, it is still not. Outlook mail message faulted here. So the specified folder does not exist. See, this kind of similar exception you are going to definitely encounter. So this is the common issue why it is showing me this specified folder does not exist. So what is the specified folder over there? So like this Outlook mail message is talking about your account name. So it is unable to identify the account name. So that's why it is giving me error. So let me do one thing. Let me remove my account name here, and I'm going to close this Outlook. Now let's try it. Okay, execute it. Download it or not? Unable to download. Open the Outlook again. Still it is okay. It is XLX. Okay, fine. Let me change to XLX file. The test is fine. Let me check here. The subject contains test. Okay. Okay, fine. Let me execute again. Here my subject line is in smaller case. Okay, let me first try to figure out what exactly the content is. So let me figure out. I'm going to give a message box over there and try to figure out what are the subject it is fetching. Item dot subject dot toString. So let me check. It is not getting any message in the all message. In the output, in the get Outlook message, it is not fetching anything in the all message. Because of this, it is not going inside this loop. So for this, I'll show you a proof why it is. Let me go for the message box. Now I try to find out whether this output list or collection having the 0 or non-zero value. So let me click select this dot count dot toString. We'll try to get whether the email is stored in this or not. So let me execute. If it is 0, that means it is unable to fetch. See, this is the 0. That means it is not fetching the record email from the server. That's why it is not going inside the for loop. But the reason is why it is not fetching, because this all configuration is correct. Top 50 marked as red because we have a lot of unread message also. Create process similar to this, and now you have to create a sequence, and you just need to invoke work file, right? So I already explained how to invoke. Again, I'm going to show you. So invoke work file, right? And you need to point the reusable component location. So for this, I'm just going to click on this RC read email. I'm just selecting on this XAML file. Now I ready to invoke. So before this, we have to import. We have to, like, by clicking on the import argument, automatically it imports the arguments, right? So that same argument be configured in the RC code, in reusable code. So now from here you can write that you can pass the message. It is about test attachment format .xls and the path location if you want, like anything. So, and let me delete the default values of the older one. So once you get this read email, you can remove the value from the arguments, right? What I did in the RC code. So let me execute. So now this code has been reusable. Anyone can call and anyone can consume the operation and can perform the operation without redeveloping the code. Okay, so now our next part is I'm going to show you how to record and how to log in a screen, how to log in a web application, how to record a web application. It's very interesting and very simple thing in RPA, and believe me, 70% part is only for this, like web automation and desktop automation kind of thing. So it's very simple and very interesting thing. So let me create a one process, logging web application. So now I'm going to do some flowchart operation over there. Even though you can select the sequence, and inside the sequence you can create a flowchart, or inside the flowchart you can create the sequence. If you select the sequence here, now in the flowchart, once I double click on this, or is automatically giving the start, right? So this is something like kind of flowchart thing. So that's why it is by default giving me a start. Now I want to log in. I want to log in an application, web application. This is my web application. Let me open this web application. It is okay. Now I'm going to log in this application, and after login, I have to click in some button on the home page, right? So how to, first of all, how to open or how to launch the web browser. So in the flowchart, you can write open browser. This is the command. If you select this open browser, now you have to join this. In the open browser, once I double click on this, okay, so the URL you have to paste. So again, I'm giving this hard code, and you can also give, if it is going to be, if you suppose this is going to be reusable, then you can provide in the arguments, right? So in the open browser, you can open with the URL and do some operation. So what exactly I'm going to do here, I'm not going to do anything. I just back to the flowchart. Once I open this, I need to log in the web page. So for login, I'm going to create a sequence. It is named as login. Now double click on the login. Inside the login, there's a two-way to record your web application. I'll show you. It's an automatically recording thing. In the design, if you go the recording part, right? If you select on the recording, there is a lot of recording types. If you want to record the web application, you have to select the web application. If you want to record the desktop, then you have to record the desktop, right? So as of now, I'm going to create a recording of the web application. I'm just selecting on this now, and then press on the record button, and with Alt tab button, I'm going to select because I need to record the login name and the password and the login button. Right? So I'm going to record here with the help of web recording. Click on the record button. Okay, so it is, you know, like if you hover your mouse, then you are able to see the image, and there in the left side, if you see the cursor position and the dimension and all the things, right? So once you click on this, because I need to record the username. Once I click on this, so it will ask me something, right? Whether it is a type password or a simple username. So if you suppose I am giving here the username You have to write like this, email.com. Now hit enter, right? See this automatically writing, right? If you want to feed the password, you can simply click on this, and this is the password. So we want the mask field, so we have to select the type password. Select the password, hit enter. Okay. Now if you want to save and exit, so you can click on the save. So it automatically records. See, this is the automatic recording way, right? If you go down, you're able to see this automatically. It will record the username and the password. It automatically get the password, right? And then record, right? So this is the auto recording. But the alternative way of this, you can also do this the same operation with the help of, let me delete this, or let me disable this activity, and I'll show you manually how can we perform this. Sequence is nothing but like you have to categorize inside the flowchart. I was in login button, right? In the login, because like you are going to type something, so you have to, if you are going to type anything in the web page, then in this case you have to select the type into, right? So drag and drop the type into, and this is the link which shows the indicate on the screen. That means we have to indicate which part we need to automate. So once I click on the indicate on the screen, so it is, I want to like automate this. I want to capture, I want to spy, I want to record this. So once I click on this, the button, it automatically captures, right? And here the type name, you have to write your login name. The important part is in the right side. If you see that inside the target, there's a selector. This is like is very important part, how your UiPath able to identify the object, because this is nothing but an object. This is like your username, your any web elements, like any desktop elements are treated as object. So how it identify the object? See, the object, there is some mandatory properties of the object. The mandatory properties is nothing is like ID, name of the object, ID of the object, and label name and the tag. So this I'll show you how how the UiPath is fetching this elements. This is nothing but a HTML file, right? So if you want to investigate manually, you can go to your web browser, right, and right click on this now, or press F12. If you press F12, right, and if you see, this is the bracket, small bracket in the corner, you can simply click on this and you can target the element. Let me show you what exactly I'm trying to explain here. Let me open again. Okay, now I'm going to right click on this. You can also select the inspect element. Once you click on the inspect element or F12, you can select on this square bracket. Okay, fine. So now like it is capturing, right? Similar way, like UiPath is also doing the same thing. Once I highlight this email address, once I click on this, if you see here, maximize this window. Okay, so it is highlighted over there. This is your properties of your elements, right? So what is the property? The first is input is tag. Name of the input is tag. This is input. This is nothing but a tag. Name of your screen is a username, right? And if you see the ID also, let me go for ID. I'll show you what. Okay, ID is input email. Same thing. This UiPath has captured here. ID is input email. Tag is input. Even though you can also select multiple properties also, because like if you get successfully ID, then you are done. You are able to capture it, right? Because ID is very important and mandatory properties. If your UiPath unable to find the ID because of some reason, then you can go over the name and all the things. And even though like you can select the additional tag also, right? How to select the additional tag? You can click on the open in UI Explorer. Once you open this, because like this is the core part of your web automation. If you are not able to identify the elements, then your code is going to be failed. It unable to recognize your object. In the right side, if you see, the AA name is email address. AA name is nothing but a label. This is the email address. This is the which is identified as a AA name. Now, if you so even though like if you have an ID, it's enough. No need to select this one, this all the dependent properties. And as of now, I'll just want to show you a demo. So that's why I have selected this A name and username, all the things, right? So let me copy this. This is home XPath. This is nothing but a XPath, right? And going to paste this, right? So now you have ID, name, and all the things, right? And this is the title of your web browser, name of the title, right? Cross browser testing app, cross browser testing app, right? And I'm going to select. Similarly, if you want to type a password, then you have to select this type secure password here. And similarly, you can also perform the same thing. The password, okay, the secure text input. In input, you can write the password. Okay. Okay, let me check. Okay, it is not able to convert. Okay, let me retry this again. Input into, this time I'm going to select the help of input into. Now I'm going, okay, fine, now it is working fine. Okay, fine. So the space over there. Okay, now I have to click on the button, login button. So same thing, like you have to go to click, mouse click, and indicate on the screen, and I'm going to capture this login button. Once I capture, let's observe in the selector what exactly we got. So okay, fine. So we got ID, so we are good to go, because ID is nothing but a kind of primary key. If you got the ID, it's easy to automate, right? So this is now I just created a sequence. Inside the sequence, I have created the flow chart. In the flow chart, I am giving the open browser, login browser. Like if login fails, then we have to iterate some retry option and all the things I'll show in the later section. Why I have chosen the flow chart, because like once I log in, then I have to click on the home page. But how my bot get to know that the home page has been loaded properly or not? So in this case, I have to capture some element from the home page and will retry this option, whether this element is exist or not. So this kind of looping thing we have to perform inside the flowchart. So let me try to execute this, and I'm going to, okay, let me close this browser, into debug mode. Okay, open browser executing. It's loading, right? Clicking login button. So this is loading, right? So in between, if suppose after this, after login, you have to capture some some element in the home page and still it is loading. So in this case, your code is going to be fail. So for this, we have to do something like to retry this and wait for the element to appear. Once the elements appear, that means like we get to know that the page has been loaded properly. So this page is loaded properly, and going forward, like we're going to click on this some elements and all the things, and I'll show you how to handle all the situation in the flowchart itself, as well as we are going to use the sequence also. If you see here, inside the sequence, we have embedded the flowchart, and inside the flowchart, we have embedded the sequence too. So this is the vice versa.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides robotic process automation training for UiPath, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session
and talk about the skills which are required for an RPA developer. So far we have discussed who is an RPA developer and what are the salary trends, so that you know that this is a future protected job. Now let's talk about how you can become an RPA developer. What skills are required for you in order to become that RPA developer. So this comes across for any programming job or any IT sector job with respect to development. You will be requiring strong problem solving skills as well as analytical skills, because a lot of the part of the programming is problem solving. So they'll be giving you some requirements. Okay, this is the requirement. You have to think across, okay, I have these tools in my bag, these are the knowledge that I have. How do I use that to solve this problem? And that is where your analytical skills as well as your problem solving skills comes into the picture. So having good problem solving skills and analytical skills is very, very, very important. And this is not something that everybody has in the bag as they are born. This is something that you develop. So as you move along and work with RPA and do a lot of different kinds of projects, different kinds of hands-on exercises, different practices, you see different kinds of things being developed, you build that knack on your own. So it is all about practice. So as soon as you practice, keep on practicing and seeing different kinds of problem and developing RPA and products, then you will easily develop these two things. This is not something which is that difficult to create. Next comes the knowledge of C# or .NET. So a lot of companies these days are demanding from their RPA developers that they have a background in .NET particularly, or C#. There are other scripting languages that they mention, but .NET and C# are something which is fairly relevant in across the domains, because a lot of people who are coming in this domain are also automation architects. So people who have worked with automation before in let's say Selenium or any other programming language for that matter, or testing for that matter, they have this experience across the board in these domains. And UiPath and some tools are also written in these languages. They require you to have the little bit of knowledge of .NET and C# that will enable you to learn things faster. But having said that, this is not that much of a requirement, but this is a very much added benefit that you can have on your resume, which will boost your chances to land those RPA developer jobs. Other three skills which are very, very, very important is, first of all, business acumen. So as I mentioned before, RPA is spread across industries, right? So there is healthcare, there is manufacturing, there is retail, there is IT, there is telecommunication, there is banking. So whatever the field that you're working in, you need to have a business acumen for that. You need to understand what your business does and how it functions, so that you can solve the problems based on your industry. What is required for your industry? What is the standard of programs in your industry, so that you can create the programs which are on that standard level that you need in the industry right now. So having that business acumen is very important, and this goes across for any job that you are landing. The field that you are in, you must have a lot of knowledge about it. Let's say if you're doing a business in food or food services, then you must understand what is the good about the food that you are selling and what is the demand for it, what customers want, or any other field for that matter. You must understand what is the customer's requirement, and you can only develop that when you have good business acumen. Second thing, which is very more important again, is good grasp over one or more RPA tools. It's, as you can see across the industry right now, so there are a lot of different RPA tools, and we'll be discussing that in the next section. So there are a lot of different RPA tools which are out there in the world. There are 3 market leaders, which we'll be discussing in the next section. So a lot of companies these days require you to have knowledge on at least one, and preferably one or more. So at least 2, I would say, you should have in your bag. When you're going deeper in your career, I would say learn 2 or more tools in RPA, so that it opens up more opportunities, because different companies use different kinds of RPA tools, and having knowledge in that gives you a fair advantage when it comes to landing those jobs. But having said that, knowledge in any of one of the tools and expertise in one of the tools can help you land the job at the starting point, but learning one or more would definitely benefit your career. And finally, communication skills. This comes across again for any job. When you are creating program, you will be talking to the shareholders who do not have programming experience. They will just give you requirements. Okay, I want this to be done, and you have to talk to them and understand what their actual problem is and how you're going to solve about it. And when you create that solution, you have to explain your solution as well, so that it is understandable for every stakeholder. And you have as an RPA developer, you will be requiring to talk to different product analysts who will be gathering requirements from the stakeholders, and you will be working across domains with different developers and different kinds of people who may or may not have programming experience. So you need to have communication skills in the back, so that you can explain what your program is doing. So these are the most important skills when it comes to becoming an RPA developer. Now let's talk about which tools to learn. So there are, as I mentioned before, there are so many tools in RPA, a lot of different tools doing very good in today's world. And there are 3 certain tools which are the market leader in the world right now, and we're going to be discussing about these 3 tools. So one is UiPath, the other is Automation Anywhere, third is Blue Prism. Before I get into the depth of these 3 are again outstanding tools, very good tools, all 3. I'm just gonna compare and contrast them with respect to learning them. So again, UiPath, what it does is it gives you a visual designer, and Automation Anywhere does not. So what is a visual designer? So basically, understand that if you are someone who has programming background, it would be easier to understand that if you see a script or any programming language, any code which is written, it executes it line by line by line. When you have something which represents text information line by line by line, that is a basic scripting environment, and that is what Automation Anywhere provides. Whereas a visual designer is something you drag and drop and you see how it looks on the screen. And if, let's say, if there is a loop of things which are happening inside of one function, you can see that just through your program. If you look at on top of it, you'll see boxes, and you'll have boxes inside of boxes. So it is fairly easy to use and debug with visual designer. So UiPath and Blue Prism provide visual designers which are very good. And in terms of user friendliness, I'd rate of UiPath number 1, and other 2 are a little bit on the tougher side of things to learn, in my opinion. But UiPath is very easy. It's very easy to learn that. Other than that, all 3 are very good tools, highly reliable, highly scalable. A lot of different companies are using Blue Prism, but the only fact that I would like to compare it on is the learning ability. So basically, UiPath gives you the free access for their community edition. So you can basically download the community version and you can start working with it, learn how RPA works for free. So you don't have to do anything, you don't have to pay anything upfront. You can just learn it very easily by your own. Coming to Automation Anywhere, it gives you a free trial version for some number of days. And for those number of days, you have access to learn Automation Anywhere, and it gives you a very good insight of how the tool works, and it's very easy to learn as well. And it having those number of days also benefit you, that you can learn for free and you can understand if this is something that you want, right? The problem with Blue Prism is there is no free versions available out there. So if you want to learn Blue Prism, you have to pay, and you have to get the software and start learning with. So no free version is something which keeps Blue Prism on the side when it comes to learning. So in my opinion, if you want to learn RPA, go for UiPath or Automation Anywhere. See if this is something that excites you, and if you are interested, then you can move along with the Blue Prism. And this is just behind the simple fact that you don't have to pay to learn these 2 different tools, whereas for Blue Prism you have to pay. That is that.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of RPA by answering this question. What is RPA primarily used for? A. Automating business process. B. Automating BPO process. C. Automating banking process. D. None of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Moving forward, let's talk about few RPA job trends. So the the main agenda that we have today is the developer salary. Now, a lot of people, we have hosted a session on what is RPA and other things like that, and we have showed demo as well. So a lot of people ask us, what is the scope of our jobs when we actually land an RPA job? What are we looking at? What is the job trends? Do we have growth in the future? Now is the time to answer all of that. So let's begin with this. So if McKinsey and company have to be believed, they believe that automation systems will undertake work equivalent of 140 million jobs by 2025. Now that's a huge number. RPA will eliminate 140 million jobs. It's not just that it will eliminate jobs. These are the lower skilled jobs, if you will. That is what RPA is eliminating. It is eliminating the tasks which are repetitive and which can be achieved by sequential actions. Now, if these jobs are eliminated, it opens up opportunities for people who actually know RPA. So it will open opportunities for more skilled people who know about RPA and how to automate things with RPA, or design process with RPA, or even a production manager of an RPA developer. So these are the different jobs that RPA will be opening. So now is the time to think about whether you want to move your career in the future towards something which will be trending, or you want to stay back with the technology that you already know, right? So to demonstrate this fact, I have shown you, here's a graph that depicts the search volume of RPA jobs over the past 5 years. If you can see, in 2015, it was very low. And as we move into 2019, it is just going up. It is not coming down. It is going up and up and up. So the requirement and the trend that is right now in the world of RPA is that it is growing and growing and growing, and people are looking for more jobs to automate, looking for people who can automate their jobs and make their business functionality more robust, more adaptive, and more fast learning as well. So RPA is also developing there, including AI also now. So you can have sequential actions with AI, which will make your processes much more efficient, much more robust, and it will give you a lot of financial benefits if you are a company, right? So, and another great thing about RPA is the simple fact that since every domain you go, every domain, I by every mean, I mean every domain you go, there will be some actions that every industry that works right now have some actions which can be achieved with set of sequential actions, and these are repetitive tasks which you have to do every day. It could be as simple as mailing a single file every day. So every industry has the scope of repetitive actions. That's why RPA can be included in variety of domains, may it be IT, banking, telecommunication, healthcare, insurance, and manufacturing. Now, some of you would be wondering, how in banking? So a lot of people have to process various kinds of files, or let's say documentations which they have, and RPA can use OCR, which is optical character recognition, and go through their forms and validate their forms and make the entire process of filling forms much faster for any banks, and validation for that matter can be made very much faster with the help of RPA for banking areas. Similar goes for healthcare, because you have to enter a lot of data while entering. You have to fill forms and you have to push data to servers to let people know what they're having, and you can train RPA to respond to particular, let's say, any certain circumstance you have based on some numbers or some graphs which you have while working with healthcare, and you can automate to take actions according to those. So automation is there in every domain. To demonstrate this fact, we have another graph for you. So as you can see here, these are the market share that RPA has. So it is in millions. This is 500, 1,000 million, 5,000, 1,500 million, and so on. So you can see telecom industry, retail industry, manufacturing industry, healthcare, everywhere RPA is being adopted. And as you can see, as it goes on, there is more and more job openings because the sector is expanding. So there will be more jobs in those sectors, and it will continue to grow till 2024 and so on. So if you're looking to start somewhere, RPA is the way to go. And if you are already an automation engineer, it's the right time for you to learn RPA, because in some time, companies will be looking for RPA developers, right? Moving further, I would, here we have compiled some more information on RPA jobs. So on the left-hand side of your screen, you can see job openings across India, across various companies. So you can see Capgemini itself is looking for 1,855 RPA developers right now in India. And it's just in India. If you look at a global trend, there's jobs everywhere. And on the right-hand side, I've given you the types of jobs that are available in the USA. So there are 2,597 full-time jobs available right now for RPA developers in USA. So this tells you a lot that how trending is this technology. If you can see the companies on the left hand side, you'll see Capgemini, you see IBM, you see Accenture, you see SAP, you see Oracle, you see Shell. All of these are multinational companies which are hiring for RPA developers. So which tells you that these companies see the future in RPA. That's why they are investing right now. So RPA is the future. And talking about the salary, so which is the main agenda of this. So as I've shown you, there is a lot of jobs, and these jobs are no ordinary jobs. So if you are working in India as a fresher, you're looking at a salary of around 7 LPA, which is a very good start for any fresher in India. And if you are an experienced developer, by experienced developer, I mean you have at least 3 years of experience, you are looking at a figure of around 18 lakhs per annum. Now that is again a huge number when you talk about in Indian system. 18 lakhs per annum is a huge deal. And if you are working in an USA based organization, or you are working in USA, for a fresher, you are looking at a salary of around $80,000. And for an experienced developer, you are looking at a figure of around $125,500. Now that is again huge number, and there are a lot of jobs which offer this. So if you gain more and more experience, you can see there is growth in the field of RPA as a career. If you're working there, you don't get stagnant with one particular salary. You grow in that field, and as the domain expands, you'll have more and more opportunities to work for variety of different fields, variety of different companies, for very, very, very good salary with very well tech-minded people, right? So let's talk about few sample resumes. Now, I went through a lot of different job descriptions and what they're looking for. So we came up with this part for you, which is a short part where we'll be telling you what people are actually looking for while hiring people. So there are few things in resume which they'll be putting. I will not teach you how to make your entire resume, but I'll tell you how a sample resume looks like and what is to be there in order to get shortlisted for those jobs, right? So we'll begin first with a sample job description itself. Now, if you look at the sample job description, this is from a company called Capgemini, which is a huge company. I showed you there are 1800 RPA developer requirement in that company right now in India itself. So their job description is pretty straightforward. They need people who know RPA, and automation anywhere or UiPath is fine. So they're looking for automation anywhere or UiPath developer. They don't even have mentioned Blue Prism, but even if you have Blue Prism, that works for you here as well. They're looking for people who have experience of 2 to 6 years. They've mentioned location, notice period, that is fine. So if you come down, you can see the only key skills which is required is RPA and automation. RPA, automation, and UiPath. So if you're an automation test engineer and you know UiPath, you can directly apply for this job right now. So if you're watching it and you fit these criteria in, just go ahead and apply for these jobs, right? So this is a sample job description. So for this sample job description, you will need to have a sample resume. I don't know if this is very clear for you. So as you can see here, in the overview section, you would want to mention how much practice you have in automation. So if you are working, let's say for any company right now and they are using automation like RPA Anywhere, so you need to mention that. If you have worked at automation architect anywhere or automation test engineers, you need to mention that. The experiences comes in very handy. But even if you don't have an experience, entering that you have a certification in a particular domain or particular tool for that matter, like UiPath or automation anywhere, it will reflect it there that your company, whoever is hiring you, knows that you know about that tool, right? So you will need to do that. You need to mention what all tools are there that you know under the technical section. While mentioning technical skills, this is a problem that a lot of people face, that what they do is basically on their resume, they write everything they have learned throughout their life. They'll write C++, JavaScript, HTML, PHP, everything. The problem with that is people are looking for some things that you know inside out. So when you put a lot of skills on your resume, this gives your employer a lot of opportunity to ask you questions about different domains that you might not even be able to answer. So do not mention skills that you do not know deeply about. Mention the skills which you know inside out. Mention RPA tools on the top so that while going through the resume, they know that you know RPA. And after that, you should mention if you have good analytical skills or communication skills. It's very good to mention those even in your resume. And if you have, let's say, less than 8 years of experience, please make sure that your resume does not cross 1.5 pages. More number of pages does not mean you have a better resume. It does not mean that. If you have more than 8 years of experience, go ahead, write all the experiences you have by all means, because you've earned it. But if you don't have that much of experience and you don't have that many certifications and you just ramble on about skills and hobbies, that is not something that the employers are looking at. They don't have that much time to go through like 8 pages of resume. They want to look at what crisp content on what you are actually good at, what you are looking to do, which things, if I question you about, you will be fast in answering without any errors, and you'll be quick to answer. So while mentioning the resume, keep the content very relevant. Keep your experiences which are, let's say, very recent, like the recent job you had or the recent certification you have on top, and valuable experiences of where you learned and what you learned is important, and job experience or any internships comes in handy. Mention that as well, and mention the key skills which you are proficient in. I mentioned again, only mention those skills which you are proficient in. Don't mention everything that you think you know, because if you are being asked about those things and you don't answer back, that's a huge problem for you while interviewing as well, because it shakes your confidence and it builds a doubt in your employer's mind that this guy might not be as good as he mentioned on paper, right? So that's a problem that will be there. A short, crisp resume with things which are actually relevant is more desirable in today's world. Now,
just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides robotic process automation training for UiPath, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
So, the first question is, what is RPA? It is the most basic question which is being asked across any job interview that you have. The first question they'll ask you is, what do you understand by this term RPA? So, you can answer it with the direct answer with that robotic process automation is a type of automation where machine or a computer mimics human actions and is helping you complete task based on rules, right? It is used to automate business processes, and automation is done through some robot, right? Or you can go about saying that RPA is made up of 3 terms, which is robotic, process, and automation. Now, robotic means anything that is done by a robot. Process is a set of sequential actions or sequential logic which leads to a desired result, and automation stands for anything which is done without human intervention. So in a nutshell, RPA stands for those actions which are done by robots where they follow some set of logical processes or set of logical standard procedures or steps in order to do some tasks without human interventions in it. That is basically what RPA is. Let's get into the next question. And the next question is, what are the various components in UiPath? So we are directly into the question of what are the various components in UiPath. So first component is the orchestrator that you can talk about. Orchestrator, this is an application used for remote control, government, and execution of those robots. You can talk about the UiPath Studio, you can talk about the UI robot, and you can talk about the UI Explorer. Now, the proper sequence to go about it would be you talk about the UiPath Studio first, that you will say that there is a studio where you can use for designing what your bot will do, designing the logic behind what your bot will do. It is basically the bot designer. And then you'll talk about the UI robot. So once you have created those tasks, that task will be done by this thing called as robot, and in UiPath that is called as a UI robot. And these robots follow the set of sequential actions which you create in the UiPath Studio. Then you can talk about the orchestrator. Now, there are some tasks which you can schedule at your own ease and you can govern them, and this is like a web interface where you can do a lot of different things. So you talk about orchestrator next, where you can schedule a lot of different actions through this. And then you can finally talk about the UI Explorer, which you can use for spying element tools, and you can get selectors. And UI Explorer is basically used for spying some element if you want to, let's say, generalize some processes for various different kinds of tabs or various different kinds of things. And this is basically used for spying elements, right? So you can talk about these 4 components when they talk about what are the various components in UiPath. Let's talk about the next question. The next question is, how many kinds of robots can be configured in orchestrator? So we just talked about orchestrator. So how many different kinds of robots are there that you can talk about with respect to the orchestrator, right? So the answer to this question is A, the standard robot, which is machine dedicated robots, and B, there is another kind of robots which is called as floating robots. There are two kinds of robots in UiPath which you can talk about. So standard robot is something which is a machine dedicated. It will work for specific machines only, whereas floating robots can be used for various machines. So let's assume like you have some organization you are working for, right? So every organization will have various users using the same machine, but they will have they will be logging into different domains, right? So imagine like your robot is something which needs to access various domains. Now various domains are there. So if a standard robot is there, he will only function for one particular dedicated machine. But if you have a floating robot, they can be used for various different kinds of machine, and you can run tasks using those floating robots. Now let's get into the next question. The next question is, where are floating robots used? The answer to this question is robots are same as the user logging into a machine. You can give them a metaphor, a kind of an example. So you can talk about it like robots are similar to the users logging into a machine. In a corporate environment, a user is attached to a domain, right? So as I mentioned before, a lot of people will be working on the same system, but they will be working in different kinds of domains. So the user is attached to a particular domain, and a domain user can log into various different machines, right? If they are working virtually and stuff like that, they can log into various different machines. So in an environment where robots are used by various machines, then in order to be useful in those scenarios, you have to use floating robots. If you are using multiple machines to run similar tasks and you want to use the same robots for running tasks in various different machines, then you use floating robots. Now that is what floating robots is. Let's get into the next question. So the next question is, where should credentials be stored in an orchestrator? Now orchestrator is used to run a lot of different actions, right? So people a lot of times have some actions which require people putting in sensitive information like username and passwords. And when you're creating any kind of an application, it's very important that you keep those things very secure. So where would you store the credentials in an orchestrator? The answer is in assets. Assets is something that you define inside of an orchestrator, and all of the credentials that you have should be stored in assets. Okay, let's jump into the next question. Next question is, in the UiPath Robotic Enterprise Framework template, in the main workflow, what is the default type of transaction item variable? That is a little difficult question. So if you have used RE framework or Robotic Enterprise Framework, in the main workflow, what is the default type of the transaction item variable? The answer to the question is string, queue item, and object. These are the three default types of transaction item variable which you can use for which are present for you in the RE framework in the main workflow by default, right? So next question is, what is the difference between sequences, flowchart, and state machine? So let's start with the first one. What is a sequence? The sequence is actually a small type of a project which is suitable mainly for linear processes and will enable you to switch from one activity to the other seamlessly, right? And it actually acts as a single activity block, and you can reuse them many times if you want. Given below, as you can see on the screen, there is a small example of what sequence looks like in the UiPath. This is what it looks like in the visual designer. You can see the sequence is there, and in the sequence you can have set of actions inside of it, and each sequence is responsible for running all of those actions sequentially, right? Moving along, let's talk about the next one. Next one is the flowcharts. So a flowchart, basically it helps in large jobs as well as in small projects as well. You can use them in different projects. Flowcharts basically help in presenting multiple branching logical operators and helps in building complex business and for connecting business activities in many ways, right? And there is something called as a flow switch and flow decisions, which are basically the same thing, but it has one difference, that is the flow switch. Each branch of the flow switch is known as the flow step, and it is not just restricted to true and false. So if you talk about flow charts, let's think about it like this. So let's say you have to make some decision based on something. So you go outside, you see whether you should play cricket or not. So it depends on a factor like, is it raining? If it's yes, then you go ahead and play. And if it's not, you go to the other side. So that is what a flow chart is. You come to a point where you have to make a decision, and based on those decisions, you can flow one way or the other. So you can see on your screen down below, you can see there's an input dialog box and there is some decision being made. If it is true, you do one set of action. If it's false, then you go and you check for some other condition. So let's say if it was, let's say if it's not raining, then you check if it's snowing. If it's snowing, if the decision is true, you do not play. If it's false, then you go ahead and play, and something like that, right? So that is what basically a flowchart is. Like you are going through various decisions, and whatever you will do will be decided on whether one particular decision is one way or the other. That is how logical things work, and that is what flowchart does. Let's talk about the third one, and that is the state machine. When a machine is using a certain number of states for automation during an execution, it is known as the state machine. It will only switch from one state to the other if the transaction is triggered, right? So let's say in the last example we talked about in flowchart, if the decision was true or if the decision was false, you will make a decision then and there. In state machines, you cannot transition from one state to the other if the condition is not met. Let's say if we are playing a game where we have to guess a number, right? And unless you guess the number correctly, you will be kept on a loop, right? So let's say if the number is 5, if I guess 1, I will be turned back to the same stage that you have to guess again. If I guess 2, then again I'll be turned back. And if I guess correctly on the 5, then I can move ahead and go to the next state. And it could be the final state and whatnot. There are various stages. But only if you met a certain criteria, you can move on to the next state. Otherwise, you will be looping on the same state as mentioned before, right? So that is how the state machine in UiPath works. So these were the differences between a sequence, a flowchart, and a state machine. So you define all of them and you compare and contrast them and how they are different. Like we mentioned here, how different flowcharts is different from state machines. Now with that, let's move on to the next question. The next question is, what is a selector? Now, a selector is something which is very important in UiPath. So to automate specific actions in the user interface, you are required to interact with various windows, right? And windows and buttons and drop down list and many other different things, right? So most of the RPA products do this by relying on the screen position of the UI elements. Now, it is a method that is not very dependable, right? So to overcome this problem, what UiPath does is they have provided this feature which is called as the selectors. Now in this selectors, you have various different things like called as wildcards, which is a symbol which allows you to replace 0 to multiple characters in a string. So for example, where you can give an example for a selector is, let's assume that you have, let's say 6 notepads are open. How does your program know in which notepad you have to go and type particular something, right? So in general, if you do not define anything, the program will directly go and type on the instance which it finds the first instance of the notepad. But if you define properly in the selector, okay, this is the window element that I want to interact with, or if then only it will go to do that. And another example of the reverse way would be if you are working on, let's say, Amazon tab, right? So if you are, let's say, trying to extract, let's say, some amount of what is the amount of, let's say, given particular item that you're trying to purchase. Now if you do it for, let's say, earphones, now the tab which is there on your screen, it will have the selectors with respect to earphones. Now if you want to automate, let's say, for any activities which for any product which you want to search for, then you can use something called as a wildcard, which is a symbol like a star, which you can use to replace single to many elements. Now if you put in star in place of the earphones in the selectors, so what will happen is it will work for any windows that is there with respect to Amazon, and it will extract information based on that. So selector is something which is used for doing automation on various different dynamic UI elements as well, and as well as if you want to select one particular item out of the various UI elements which are present on the screen. Moving along, the next question is, what are the types of wildcards in UiPath? So the type of wildcards are basically 2. One is called the asterisk, which is the star symbol, which is used to replace 0 or more characters in a selector. The other one is a question mark. So question mark only replaces one single character. So let's say if my Amazon window was, let's say the title of the window was Amazon 1. And if I wanted to automate for any Amazon window, and you know that the pattern is it will be Amazon 1, Amazon 2, Amazon 3. So what you can do is you can just put Amazon and just put a question mark in there. So that way, any of your automation which is working on an Amazon window screen can be automated. But let's suppose you wanted to click somewhere and you did not care what the title of the image was. So what you can do is you can replace the entire Amazon 1 window with a star. In that way, it will look for every title which is there on your particular given window. It can go on any of the screen, and based on the other selectors that you have defined, it will go and properly do the automation based on your particular selection, right? So that is about wildcards. So let's get to the next question. The next question is, what is the difference between full and partial selectors? Now, again, a very important question. What is a full selector and what is a partial selectors? A full selectors basically contains all of the elements needed to identify a UI element, including the top level window generated by the basic recorder, and it is recommended to use. You are recommended to use full selectors when you are switching between multiple windows in your automation. So let's say if you are switching multiple tabs one after the other, in that case you need to use full selectors because it will give you the entire information containing to identify a particular UI element. But let's say if you are not switching in between a lot of different things, right? You're using similar tabs. So what you can do in that? So partial selectors are generated by desktop recorders. Last time it was done by the basic recorders, and this is done by the desktop recorders. It does not contain information about the top level windows. That is the first thing that you should keep in mind. Other thing is that activities containing partial selectors are enclosed inside a container like attached browser or attached window that contains full selector of the top level window. It will have something already which is there of the top level window, so you do not need those selectors now. Now, we recommend you to use partial selectors when performing multiple actions in the same window. An example of partial selector would be the editable panel in the notepad. So if you are, let's say, working in one particular notepad and you want to do editing with respect to that, you do not need the entire partial selector. You can just entire full selector. You can use the partial selector for running those activities, and it is recommended when you are not switching a lot of tabs and you are working on one particular window, then you have to use partial selectors. If you're working on multiple windows, go for the full selectors. So moving along, the next question is, what are the types of recordings available in UiPath? So the types of recorders which are available in UiPath are basic, desktop, web recorders, as well as Citrix. So these are the four important kinds of recordings which are present. You can use any one of these for your use, and majorly all of the questions which will be asked to you with respect to recordings will come from Citrix automation because it is different from the other three, and that is the most important one, right? So the next question is automatically on that. If an interview asks you what are the various kinds of recordings, you can think that the next question will be, what is Citrix automation in UiPath? An answer to that question is, Citrix automation in UiPath is used for operating the virtual machine. If you efficiently want to process the automation in Citrix machine, then you want to use Citrix automation. And if the interviewer asks you for an example, the most simple example that you can give is, most of the companies, they do not work on their physical systems, right? You do not work on your physical systems, you work on some virtual machines. Now, UiPath only has access to the resources of the system that it is installed in. So let's say if I am using some virtual desktop on my PC, right? So my UiPath only has access to the mouse, elements, and all of the other information that it has the access to only on my system. It does not have the information with respect to that virtual system, but you can still do automation tasks with respect to that. How do you do that? So Citrix automation basically takes a lot of images for doing the automation. So it looks at the images which you are going to mark as in your logic, and it will work according to those images on the window screen which you have presented in with respect to that. Like actions like go and click there and click here will not work in a Citrix automation because you do not have access to the resources of the mouse of that system. You do not. You have the access of, let's say, writing something on your particular keyboard, and that will be replicated in that particular window of the virtual machine. So that is how somewhere you can use a Citrix automation. It uses its ability of doing image processing for doing virtual automation, right? So that is when Citrix automation is used. Let's get on to the next one. What are arguments in UiPath? So as you would know, there are different kinds of variables which are present in UiPath, and arguments is one of the special kind of those. So basically, arguments are used to pass data from one flow to the other. They have specific directions, which is in, out, and in and out. These are the three different directions which are there with respect to the arguments. And arguments are basically used to pass data from one project to the other, one workflow to the other. Additionally, arguments have a specific directions. In means that the variables which you have or the data which you have is being passed and not returned. And if you have the parameter as out, then it basically means that the value of the parameter is being passed to a function is not of that much importance, then it is being returned as well. So that is what basically arguments is. If let's say you have two workflows, one where you have the logic and where you present the output, then you use arguments for pushing. Let's say if my program depends on the user input of let's say I'm doing multiplication, right? So in one workflow I'm taking the input from the user, which is let's say number A and number B. So I will pass that number A and number B to my logic, which is present in the other workflow. I will send it there, and you can do A star B in there, or A into B, or whatever it is, the action which is the logic is there. It will take those numbers, it will do the in this case I'm having the in argument as I'm sending the data, I'm putting in the data from some other workflow to this workflow, and as I get all of those done, I can put an out type of parameter and I can return back the variables to the first workflow, right? So that is how basically you use the arguments in UiPath. Let's get on to the next one. What is switch and flow switch in UiPath? As we've talked about this before, there was this is basically with respect to flowcharts and flow decision making. So we have two different kinds of activities, which is called as switch and flow switch. Let's just talk about that. So the switch activity basically enables you to select one choice out of the multiple based on the value of the choice of the expression that you have specified. Whereas a flow switch activity works like a flow decision, except instead of being restricted to a true-false branch, each branch of a flow switch is called a flow step. So switch activity basically enables you to select one of the choices based on the multiple parameters that you have. Whereas the flow switch basically is not just true or false. It will take you through another branch of activities, and these branch of activities is called as a flow step.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of RPA by answering this question. What does RPA stands for? A. Robotic Procedure Automation. B. Robotic Process Automation. C. Robot Process Automation. D. Robotic Practical Automation. Comment your answers in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So next question is, what is exception handling? Now, exception handling mainly deals with errors with respect to various activities in UiPath. The error handling activities offer up to 4 options that you can use to resolve your errors, and one is rethrow, other is terminate the workflow, and then there is throw, and there is try catch. So you have a try catch block where you try to catch whatever the error is, and then if there is some exception that you know, then you throw an exception, and then you try. If you throw an exception, then your try and catch block will try to catch those exceptions and work accordingly. Other than that, you can terminate the workflow as well as rethrow some of the exceptions that you have, right? Moving along. So another question which is asked very often is, what is the difference between data scraping and screen scraping, right? So we have mentioned the differences here in a tabular format so that it's very clear to you. So screen scraping is used to extract non-structured data where you want to extract elements from your particular given screen. If you want to do that, then you use screen scraping. Whereas data scraping is used to extract only structured data from, let's say, an Excel file or a table or stuff like that. Data scraping is done in such a format. Whereas the scraped information in screen scraping is stored in a string, whereas the data scraping information is stored in a data table, right? So data table is another kind of variable format where you can store a lot of values like a table, and a string is basically your expressions mentioned in any way, right? And the third difference is that you cannot easily extract the data into Excel or DB when you're using screen scraping, whereas the whatever the data you are scraping can be easily moved to your Excel or any DB for that matter, because it's already in the format of a data table. It's very easy to write a data table to an Excel sheet. If you have worked with UiPath, you would know that very easily, that the data table writing is much more easier. And screen scraping can be used to extract data from images as well as PDF, but you cannot do that with data scraping. So if I want to, let's say, if someone presents me with an image which has some, let's say, some sentences written in from it, and if I want to extract data from that, I will be using screen scraping rather than data scraping. And if there is some website where the data has been mentioned inside some table, or if it's in some structured format, in that scenario, I will be using data scraping. That is the difference between screen scraping as well as data scraping. Now, moving along. Next question is, what is anchor and find element? Now, an anchor base is something which is a container that searches for a UI element by using other UI elements as anchor. This should be used when a reliable selector is not available. So for example, let's say if I wanted to type username somewhere. So let's take example of Facebook. So there is a place you have to write username and there is a place you have to write password, right? But there is a problem with respect to Facebook that they keep on changing the relative location of where that particular box is. Let's say it was on the top right hand side corner in the initially, then they move it to the left hand side corner, or they moved it somewhere else. So you know that they will be changing where is the position of that box every time, right? So what you can do is you always know that they will be putting this box next to this element, which is next to this thing called as type username or and type password. So you know that this where the box where you have to enter data will always be next to this thing where they have written this thing called as name, enter name. So what you do is you anchor your next action around this element, which is the username. So it will look for the username on the entire screen. So wherever that username is, and that username is your anchor. So wherever it finds that username, it knows that there is a box next to it, and it will try filling the details inside of those box next to that username, no matter where it is present in the screen. So even if they keep on changing the UI, you know that all you have to do is you have to find that username anchor, and when you have found that anchor, you can just put and write those elements, right? The other thing is which is find element. Now find element is something where you wait for a specific UI element to appear on the screen, and when it returns, when it is there on your screen, it will do the actions according to those operations. So a very good example of this would be, sometimes it takes some time to load your website, right? Sometimes you would be slow in loading your website. So what you want to do is you want to anchor your elements around something which is there. So let's say if you have a slow internet connection and you define a complete UiPath program. So if it involves, let's say, opening the website and doing some actions, what your program will do, it will open the website, and as soon as it opens the website, it will directly go on doing the actions whether or not elements have been loaded on the screen, and that way it will lead to an error because it cannot find those elements, right? So what you want to do in those particular scenarios is you will wait for the screen to find, let's say if I was trying to log in on my Intellipaat screen, I will wait for the anchor element, or I will wait for my program will wait for the action which is find element, where I find the element Intellipaat logo. If and only if the Intellipaat element, the logo is found by my program, only then I will continue and do the remaining rest of the actions which is there, right? So you can do like that. You can select something when and your program will wait for that element to pop up, and as soon as your element pops up, then you can go about doing the different actions that you want to do with respect to finding elements. So it basically waits for some UI element to present itself on the screen, and then you can go about doing the action. Whereas anchor is used to locate wherever you want to work if you know that there is something which is more reliable as a selector, right? Moving along, the next question is, what is the difference between IMAP, Get Outlook, Send Outlook, and SMTP? Now these are the various different activities which is there with respect to your email automation. Your email automation gives you these different options which you can use to work around various things, right? So basically IMAP or IMAP stands for the Internet Map Access Protocol. Through IMAP we can receive the customized mail, right? And Get Outlook, which is the other activity, through this you can get or retrieve various static mails. So if you have static mails, you can get through the Get Outlook. Similarly, SMTP stands for Simple Mail Transfer Protocol, and it is used for sending dynamic mail. Whereas Send Outlook, through this activity you can send static mail automatically. So that is the various difference between the IMAP, Get Outlook, Send Outlook, and SMTP protocols which are there on the UiPath, which you can use for email automation. Now let's talk about the next one. So the next question is, list the OCR engines available in UiPath. Now if you know, OCR is basically stands for optical character recognition. Now it basically means that, let's say if you have an image, you have an engine that can see that image and can tell you if in that image the written word is something like, let's say, work, and it can basically know what are the characters written in that image. So let's say if I've written W somewhere, the engine will be able to identify what that image character is. So it will look at the image and it will tell you that character looks like a W, similarly like that. So in UiPath, what are the various OCR engines available? And the answer is there are majorly three present. One is Google, other is Microsoft, and the third is ABBY, or AB, whatever you want to call it. So these are the three OCR engines available in UiPath. Moving along, what is the break activity in UiPath is the next question. Now, a break activity in UiPath is basically used to stop a particular loop at a given point of time. So you can use that to do other activities as well. So it is majorly used for exiting a loop when there's a lot of iterations involved. So let's say if I am checking for some order ID, right? And if let's say checking of that order ID requires me to go through a lot of different loops. So if I know that the particular element has to be let's say greater than 5. So if I check the number, it's starting from let's say if it's 5. So the number which is present to me is 7. So I go for the first loop, I check if it is greater than 5, then I say yeah, good, go ahead. Then I go for the other one, the other loop. Or another let's take a simpler example. Let's take the example of a prime number. If you want to only proceed if the given number is prime number, right? So you will take the number, let's say the number is 7. So in order to find any given number is a prime number, you have to divide it till n by 2, right? So after n by 2, it will not be a prime. So let's say if I am trying to find if a number is positive, is prime, and the number is 13, I divide it by 2, it becomes 6.5. So any number, if it can divide it before 6, then only and only then it will be a prime number, because after that it will be let's say if I was 7, then 7 on the 7 and 7 twos are 14. It will become more than that. So if that number cannot divide it, and then the next iteration of the number will not be able to divide it because it will be greater than that number, right? So for checking that prime number, I'll be going through 2, then 3, then 4, then 5, then 6, then 7, then 8, then 9, then 10. You are going through this loop, right? Till you divide it till 6, right? You are going till 6 if the number is 13. But assume if the number was 12 and you divide it by 2 and you find that the number is not prime at all. So you do not need to go through the iteration of 3, 4, 5, because you already know that this number has already been divided by something, and there is no need for us to go through that loop because we already know that it's not a prime number. So in that scenario, what you do is you use a break activity to break that particular given for loop and just go outside of that activity and go through the next one. You break through that particular loop and you can go through the next one, right? So break activity is used in such a fashion. Now, moving along, the next question is, what is an orchestrator? Now, orchestrator is basically a web application that enables us to deploy, schedule, monitor, and manage robots and processes. Many people use it for scheduling because let's say if you have some repetitive task which has to be performed at 6 a.m. every day, you can schedule it through orchestrator, and you can have things like assets and queues and different items that you can populate and have some business logic behind it, and you can find out if those logics were successful or failure based on your defined logic. So that is the use of the orchestrator. Is, as the name suggests, it will orchestrate all of your actions. That is, it will manage that everything goes smoothly. So it is used to deploy, schedule, monitor, manage various kinds of robots and processes inside of UiPath. Moving along, the next question is, what is RE framework, and explain its components. So RE framework is a framework which is provided by UiPath to help developers build quicker and apply best practice principles to their particular workflows. It gives you the fundamental code to create more robust processes, and this involves a clean start and exits and automated recoveries, retries, status management, logging, and clean coding. Different parts of or the different components of RE framework are init, get transaction state, process state, and end state. Now, init is basically used for reading the configuration and initializing all the applications in your given workflow. Get transaction state basically reads the transaction item from the queue. Process state gives you the process of the transaction item, process state of the transaction item. And end state basically closes all the applications which you have initialized earlier, right? So that is that. Moving along, the next question is, what is a machine and why it is used? So the machine page basically enables you to provision and manage various machines, right? with the purpose of using them to use the registered robots to the orchestrator. So when you want to have robots working through orchestrators, then you need to have some registered machine through which you can provision them to work on them, right? It basically displays the existing machines and all of its different types of machines that there are there with you. So there are two kinds of different machines as well. It enables you to create your own machine, be it be standard machine or a template machine. You can have two kinds of machines, standard machine and template machine, right? Uh, so going along with that question itself, so in the machine only, we'll talk about the two different kinds of machines, right? So if you have asked that you mentioned that there is a standard machine and there is a template machine. The standard machine, it should be used when the name of the machine on which you want to define robots remains the same each time that you connect to it, right? And you define machine once, and then you can connect any number of robots in the robots page to a standard machine. So basically, if you want to use the same machine again and again, and you do not need to define it again and again, basically you can define it once and you can attach any number of robots that you want to a standard machine, whereas a machine template is used when the name of the machine on which you want to define robots changes every time. So you define this entity once and then connect it any number of attending floating robots in a unique Active Directory username. So basically, it is kind of a machine template where you define it so that you can attach any number of floating robots that can come and work on it. So that is what a machine template is. Moving along, let's talk about what is the difference between a workbook read and Excel read range. So what is the difference between read range of the Excel one and what is with respect to the workbook read range which is there. There are two options in UiPath if you remember for read range. So Excel read range must be used in Excel application scope only, whereas workbook read range do not need Excel sheets to be open. So when you're using the Excel read range, it should be defined in an Excel application scope, which is also a part of UiPath activities. You have to use that and then go through and work through it. Whereas workbook read range does not require that. Other than that, in my personal opinion, I find the workbook read range to be much more faster and robust when compared to the Excel read range. Now, there are different things with respect to Excel read range, which gives you other kinds of benefits, but personally, I prefer workbook read range much more. And in order to use Excel read range activity, we must have Excel installed on our machines, whereas we do not need Excel installed for using workbook read range. So if you are using Excel application scope, then you need to have an Excel, probably MS Excel installed on your machine and working properly, whereas that is not a requirement with workbook read range at all. You can use it with any CSV file that you have. You can use it with LibreOffice or anything else which is present for you. So moving along, suppose there is a URL which is dynamic. How would you automate that URL in UiPath Studio? Now, this is a situation-based question. They have given you that they have a website which is dynamic in nature. How would you go about automating that website? So what you have to do is you have to use the UI Explorer to extract the selector and use the dynamic selector using the star element, which is the asterisk, which will replace one or more characters. And in your URL element, for changing the value, you have to use the star element, and also you can use screen scraping to get the value. You can use two methods. An example of the selector would be, let's say, if I wanted to see like the web browser will be there, right? So this is the selector for a web browser. So HTML Chrome is the application that we are using, right? The app is Chrome. So Chrome, we have set it that. So title basically stands for you have various windows that you open in your particular web browser, right? And each window in that each tab has a title. So if you want, if you have a website that's whose title keeps on changing, let's say one example would be Amazon, whose title keeps on changing continuously, then in that case you can use a star to replace one or more characters so that you can automate activities on that particular dynamic website. So that is how you use UI selectors in automating a particular dynamic website. The next question is, suppose there are 1000 rows and 50 columns, and suppose I want to select any random row data, how can it be done? So basically what we are going to do is we have to build a data table first. So you have to assign like DT variable, which is the data table variable, to a new data table. And once your data table variable has been initialized, you can assign a random int, and you can have it defined in such a way that you can have new random dot next 0 to dt variable rows count minus 1, because when you do rows count, it's starting from 0, right? So when you are going to let's say reference that particular number, so let's say if I wanted to get the fifth column according to my coding would be the fourth, because it will start counting from 0 1 2 3 4, whereas in Excel it starts from 1 2 3 4, right? So that's why dt variable rows dot counts minus 1. Now this will give you a randomly generated number between 0 to n, where the number of rows in your data table will be counted, right? We subtract one bit because of the reason that I've mentioned before, right? And you can assign a random row and use dt variable dot rows dot in bracket random. It will return the random number that you want to take into account. So if any random row, if you want to attack, you can use that. Or you can use, if you know which column you want to extract, you can directly use the number as well, right? So that is how you output a random row of the random row data type. Cool. Moving along. If suppose there is an image PDF which is of 120 dp, would you extract data? How would you extract data from that image, and which automation would be used, right? So to extract any image, as I mentioned before, you can use screen scraping or you can use OCR. There are two activities which you use. To extract data from an image size of 120 dp from PDF, we need to use read PDF with OCR activity, and the automation we need to use is PDF automation. So they have mentioned here that it is a PDF. So you can use read PDF with the help of OCR because it is of the form image, it is not in the native form. That's why we are using OCR activities. We can also use Microsoft OCR activity to extract data from the image of the PDF file. You can use that as well. Moving along, if suppose there are two Excel sheets and you want to merge them, how would you merge two Excel sheet data into one? How do you go about doing that in UiPath is the question. The answer is fairly straightforward. First, we need to read the range of both of the Excel files. We need to have data tables created for both of them. Then we need to use merge data table activity to merge the data tables of the two Excel files that we just created through read range. Then we need to use the resultant data to make the merge Excel file, and you can write that data using the write range activity, right? So read both of the Excel sheets, build two data tables, then use the merge data table activity to merge both of the data table. After that, take that new data table that you have merged and use the write range activity to write it anywhere that you want. Moving along, can UiPath run multiple instances of the same process within one robot in one system simultaneously? The answer is yes, it can run the same program simultaneously in two robots, where each system is registered as one robot, right? So answer is yes, you can do it. There is no problem with respect to that. Next and final question is explain append range in UiPath. Now, append range in UiPath is basically used to edit or insert data into the existing workbook. With using the append range, we can insert the data from the last written data of the workbook, and you do not have to worry about the previous data being replaced. So whenever we do that, we will not overwrite the data. So that is how it is different from write range. So write range, if you do that, it will start writing from the first instances, and any data that you have will be overwritten. So let's say if in column 2 I had written some number ABCD or some random thing which is there, we will overwrite the data with the new data that we have. Whereas when we use append range, we do not overwrite the data. We write it wherever the data which is written has ended, we write after that point, and then we go about writing that. So that is about all of the question, guys.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides robotic process automation training for UiPath, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below.